much, Anuradha, for that kind introduction. Very good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here for this very important and relevant session, technical session on climate change adaptation at the local level. A very important topic, challenges and lessons learned. We have, I'm audible, okay, right? Thanks. So we have a very interesting 4 technical papers lined up for this important session. So I will also welcome my rapporteur and as well as my co-chair, Dr. Sanjeev, for the session. So how do we want to proceed this session? So each presenter will have 10 minutes to make their presentation. I'm sure there will be questions from the audience. So as the session has been organized, the organizers want to have a plenary discussion at the end of all 4 presentations. So I would request all of you to jot down your questions, keep it until the end of all 4 presentations, and at the end of all 4 presentations we can have a good, engaging plenary discussion. So that's all, right, in terms of initial introduction on how we're going to go forward. Time management is very, very important. We are already about 17 minutes over the starting time. So I appreciate all the presenters if they can make their level best to keep to the given time limit, 10 minutes for each presentation. And with that, shall we move forward?
Yeah.
Right. So with that, I will invite the first presenter. Dr. Sanjeev, can you explain do the biography? I will call the presenter, you do the biography. Right? The first presentation from Ms. Shalika, HGAU. The subject is on contribution of agrobiodiversity of home gardens for household food security and dietary diversity in selected cascade systems in Sri Lanka. And Dr. Sanjeev will give a brief bio of our presenter, and with that you can start the presentation, Ms. Shalika.
Ayomi Shalika is a motivated graduate and brings hands-on expertise in water resources planning and soil analysis, integrating scientific knowledge with precision irrigation technologies, equipped with problem-solving skill and keen eye for detail. She is committed to applying innovative integrated water management solutions that directly enhance farm resilience and advance the agricultural industry. Ms. Ayomi Shalika, floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. Today, I am Ayomi Shalika. Today, I am here to present my research presentation on contribution of agrobiodiversity of home gardens for household food security and dietary diversity in selected cascade system of Sri Lanka.
Are we blocking your view? Oh, is it all right?
We need to
Sorry, go ahead.
This is my research presentation outline. First of all, the introduction part. The home garden is a sustainable and diverse land use system within household premises. It may be combined seasonal crops, perennials, livestock, and sometimes fish with household premises. In Sri Lankan context, 14% of Sri Lankan total land area covered with home gardens. It is address economical, social, and environmental needs in households. Climate resilience is a big challenge for all of the world. So, the system of home garden with high species diversity demonstrate a remarkable resilience to climate change. Home garden adapt to significant climate impact through high tree coverage that enhance microclimate conditions and acting as a natural buffer between the garden system and external microclimate variations. So, this is the problem of my research study. We have to identify what is the actual role of home garden in climate change adaptation and household food security. So, there is a research gap to investigate a relationship between home garden biodiversity, household food consumption patterns, and resilience building mechanism in vulnerable communities. To addressing that problem, these are the objectives of my research. First one is to assess the role of agrobiodiversity in home gardens to climate change adaptation and its impact on increasing resilience vulnerable communities. The second one is to assess the contribution of home garden in satisfying household food demand and dietary diversity in 4 selected cascades. In the map, we show the study site. We selected 4 cascades in 4 districts, Putlam, Anuradhapura, Mana and Vavuniya district, across the 3 main river basins in dry zone, which are implement the project Mallatoya, Miyoya and Yahannoya. The selected cascades are Putlam, Maddarambava cascade in Putlam district, Sevalakulam cascade in Anuradhapura district, Sinnakunchikulam cascade in Mana and Mattavaithukulam cascade in Vavuniya district. This is how I doing my research. In each cascade, the transect will constructed, and along with the elevation gradient, I selected 20 home gardens for each cascade. The total number of sample is 18 households. For structured questionnaire to identify the household characteristics, home garden composition and adaptation strategies, and also household food consumption data. To assess the biodiversity, 20 by 20 meter plots demarcated in each garden. In that area, I counted the trees, woody and non-woody plants, counted and recorded. According to that data, I calculate the Shannon Wine Index to diversity measurement. For food consumption score, I calculate for dietary assessment. Qualitative analysis performed using SPSS and Microsoft Excel. These are some places I visited to collect my data. This is the result and discussion part. According to demographic data, 53% household maintain medium scale home gardens, and average family size is 4. Large number of family household use as their main occupation is agriculture. Educational level sometimes can be vary, and larger group in 21 to 30 years in age group. These are 10 number of adaptation practices I have to ask they are not practicing or practicing. According to that data, I have get some adaptation score with mean 4.31 score. And also I have to collect about food consumption data within last 7 days and the source of food, home garden or outside of home garden. One-way ANOVA related to significant variation in mean adaptation score. Mana district reporting higher adaptation score. Livestock ownership has associated significantly higher adaptation score with maintained both large scale and small livestock achieving high mean adaptation score than poultry only farmers. No significant difference were found between gender, age groups or education level in adaptation practices. This is the result for food consumption score. A majority of households achieving acceptable food consumption level with no household records in poor category. According to food consumption score, there is 3 categories: poor, broadline and acceptable. A marginal proportion, 55% of household in 3 districts in broadline category, while a Mana household demonstrated acceptable level. Respondents who sourced the vegetable and milk exclusive from their home gardens had significantly higher adaptation score than the relying solely on outside markets. These are some key points I have learned from this study. Significant difference in adaptation score across the district with Mana and Anuradhapura showing a higher performance. Livestock ownership significantly associated with higher adaptation score, especially mixed with large and small livestock system. And home garden, home production vegetables and milk linked with strong adaptive capacity compared to the market dependence. So in the conclusion, the study demonstrates that diversification through animal husbandry contributes significantly enhanced adaptive capacity among Sri Lankan home gardens. This finding highlights the critical role of home garden agrobiodiversity building resilient food system capable of adapting to climate change while maintaining household food security and dietary diversity. According to my findings, these are some recommendations: promote livestock integration, support medium-scale home gardens, enhancing self-sufficiency in key food items, encourage climate-smart practices, and capability building and youth engagement, policy and institutional support, and future research suggestions. This is my references, and this is my end of my presentation. Thank you.
Shall we have a round of applause? Thank you very much. Shalika, may I invite you to join the table? And thank you very much for that very elaborative presentation and also keeping within the time period. And as you have listened to, heard from Shalika, a very important discussion. There had been lots of discussions on the importance of diversified home gardens for food security and climate change adaptation, and having this kind of a methodological approach to review such a hypothesis is very important in going forward. And thank you once again for that presentation. Let me invite our next presenter. The subject is, the topic of this paper is Asolla pinnata, and black soldier fly, Hermetia illusus, if I pronounce it correctly, BSF, commonly known as nutritionally rich non-conventional feed for backyard poultry farming. The presenter is Mr. R.M.C.W. Ratnayaka. I apologize. Ms. R.M.C.W. Ratnayaka, you have 10 minutes, and I appreciate if you can give a couple of seconds to Dr. Sajeev to give a quick bio.
Ms. Ratnayaka is a graduate with the Bachelor of Biosystem Technology in Food Production Technology at University of Jaffna. Ms. Ratnayaka, you can start.
Good morning, everyone. I am Charuni Varangana Ratnayaka. I will present our study on Azolla and back soldier fly, nutritional rich non-conventional feed for backyard poultry farming. This is our presentation content. Introduction. As global demand for animal protein supplement in feed industry is in rising trend, backyard poultry farming play in a key role in food security and rural income. However, high feed cost making up about 17% of production expense could threat the sustainability and profitability of this system. In country like this, Sri Lanka, small-scale farmers with limited resource face serious cases in accessing and applauding commercial poultry feed, limited production and growth. This is our backyard poultry farming in Vayavagam Pubudur. To address rise in feed cost, interest is growing in non-conventional, locally available and eco-friendly alternative. Especially Azolla and back soldier fly larvae can be used as promising non-conventional poultry feed. Azolla is a fast-growing aquatic fern requiring minimal food inputs. Azolla in a nutritional rich, low-cost poultry feed that enhance in egg yolk color and support to growth. This is Azolla pond. BSF larvae offer high protein and fat content through organic waste conversion. BSF larvae convert organic waste into nutritional rich biomass rich in protein and fat, making them a sustainable alternative feed for livestock and poultry. BSF larvae are protein-rich nutritional feed that enhance poultry health, growth and egg production. This is back soldier fly larvae structure and back soldier fly resource. This study problem statement backyard poultry farmers face high feed cost and limited access to commercial feed, reducing productivity. Azolla and BSF are rich in nutrition and locally available, yet their use is limited as feed ingredients due to low awareness. Justification statement. Azolla and BSF larvae are rich in nutrition, locally available and eco-friendly alternative. These affordable, sustainable options offer promising solution for rural poultry system. Our study objective to evaluate Azolla and BSF larvae as nutrition-rich, non-conventional feed option for backyard poultry in Sri Lanka. If focus on analyzing the cost benefit of incorporating Azolla and BSF to poultry diet, accessing their potential to reduce feed expense and examining their input on growth in performance, productivity and profitability. Methodology, location of the study. This research was conducted across 5 key agricultural districts in Sri Lanka: Anuradhapura, Vavuniya, Puttalam, Trincomalee and Polonnaruwa, which represent diverse agroecological zone and have a strong presence of backyard poultry farming. This location was selected to capture a variety of environment conditions and farming practices, ensuring that the findings are broadly applicable and regional relevant. Cultivation and harvested of azolla. Azolla was cultivated in small pond and cement tank, after cleaning soil, cow dung, water and super phosphate was added to prepare the pond, which was left for 2 to 3 days. After 1 kilogram of azolla was incorporated, broken into small parts and fresh water was sprayed to support to growth. The pond was covered with the net for protection and shade. Under optimum condition, 1 to 1.5 kilogram of azolla was harvested daily. After 10 to 15 days, it was washed and feed directly and backyard poultry, either fresh or mixed with other feeds. Production of black soldier fly larvae. Organic substrate was prepared using chopped biodegradable waste like vegetables, fruit, poultry manure. BSF eggs were placed on dry leaves or cardboard above the substrate hatch. Larvae dropped in and began feed. Next, they were under ideal condition with fresh waste and every day 2 to 3 days. After 12 to 50 days, mature larvae were harvested and directly fed to backyard poultry as a protein-rich nutritional feed, enhancing their health, growth and egg production. Bird husbandry. In each of the 5 selected districts, 5 backyard poultry farmers using a combination of azolla, BSF, commercial feed and 5 farmers using only commercial feed were selected. Totally 50 farmers. Each farmer maintained approximately 20 laying hens under typically rural backyard condition. Farmers in the azolla, BSF, commercial feed group providing a mixed diet contain 900 gram of commercial feed, 600 gram of fresh harvesting azolla, 100 gram of BSF larvae daily. The control group only commercial feed. Feed their 1.5 kilogram of commercial feed daily, following conventional feeding practices. Next, our procedure for physiochemical and analysis, following proximate analysis, AOAC method: protein content, fat content, fiber content, ash content, moisture content. Next one, egg laying percentage and egg color, egg yolk color, egg production performance. Feed cost and monthly income, farmer perception, acceptance and willingness to continue. Data analysis, data collect for the field and laboratory was statistical analysis using SPSS software. Describing statistic means comparisons and significant testing were applied to evaluate difference between the 2 farmer groups. Results and discussion: comparisons of nutrition composition of azolla, BSF larvae and commercial chicken feed compared to azolla, back soldier fly larvae, commercial feed. This is show higher in protein content in back soldier fly and higher fat content in back soldier fly. This is compared to this group. The best one is combined to azolla, back soldier fly and commercial feed for economical best, I think. Next one is egg production and performance. Monthly egg number of the production per hen. Azolla, BSF, commercial feed, number of eggs production is 80. Only commercial feed 22. Hens feed exclusively with commercial feed production a higher number of eggs per hens per month compared to those feed with the azolla BSF commercial feed combination. Next one is comparison of egg laying percentage. Egg laying percentage, azolla BSF commercial feed 79.76%, only commercial feed 81.24%. Hence, feed only commercial feed recorded a high average egg laying percentage of 81.24%, while those receiving a combination of azolla BSF commercial feed had a slightly slow rate of 79.76. Compared to egg yolk color, for A is azolla, BSF and commercial feed. Next one is only commercial feed. The azolla has a deep yellow coloration due to its higher beta carotene. Next one is compared to of feed cost and incomes. They compare to high cost in only use commercial feed and high income is compared to in commercial feed, but very high cost give the commercial feed. Perception, acceptance and sustainability. All farmers accept willing to continue using the recommend azolla and BSF, highlighting high satisfaction from the potentially for azolla, BSF and commercial feed combination. Conclusion, this study highlights the significant potential of azolla and back soldier fly larvae, cost-effective, nutritional rich and sustainable alternative to commercial poultry feed. Integrated these non-conventional feeds in backyard poultry system reduce feed cost, improve egg quality, especially in yolk color, and increase overall probability and small-scale farmers. These ease of production, environment benefit and positive farmer acceptance make azolla and BSF practices solution to address feed challenges in rural poultry farming. Promising their wild adaptations can enhance in food security, support rural income and contribute to environmental friendly livestock production in Sri Lanka. Recommendation and sustainability, training for farmers and feed processing support, policy support and long-term impact study, encourage community-based production, integrated with waste management. This is my reference and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ratnayaka, for that elaborative presentation. May I invite you to also join the head table? A very critical area of work where, as we all are aware, the promoting backyard poultry, especially in the dry zone, had been a challenge because of the feed cost. The improved breeds introduction had been a serious challenge. Farmers couldn't afford the feeding cost, and it's really important to have that kind of very detailed analysis of this alternative feed options and their benefits and the shortcomings of these technologies. Thank you very much for that. Our next presenter is going to tell us about home garden biodiversity in cascade systems, a comparative analysis across 2 agroecological zones in Sri Lanka, and the presentation will be made by Mr. Prabodha, WTA. You have 10 minutes, Ms. Prabodha.
Ms. Tilini Prabodha is a graduate of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya, holding a BSc in Agricultural Technology and Management. She works as a supportive executive officer at CRIWMP project, PMU, contributing academic knowledge and professional skills to agricultural and environmental management initiatives. Ms. Prabodha, floor is yours.
Good morning all. I am Thirin Prabodha. It is my pleasure to present our research titled Home Garden Biodiversity in Cascade Systems, a comparative analysis across 2 agroecological zones in Sri Lanka. Village tank cascade systems. Village tank cascade systems are ancient irrigation systems unique for Sri Lanka. They play a vital role in managing irrigation. They provide water security, sustain agriculture, and ensure ecosystem services. In these cascade systems, there are home gardens. The home gardens are diverse, multi-layered, and multifunctional cropping systems. My research has 3 objectives. The first, assess agrobiodiversity of home gardens in 4 village tank cascade systems. The second one is compare agrobiodiversity existing home gardens between DL1B agroecological zone and DL3 agroecological zone. The third one is understand the influence of ecological zones and local practices for shaping the agrobiodiversity in home gardens. These are my study sites. I have selected 4 study sites: Sivalakulama Cascade in Anuradhapura district, Matau Vaitukulam Cascade in Vavuniya district, Maddirabava Cascade in Puttalam district, and Sinnakunchukulam Cascade in Mana district. The first 3 belongs to DL1B agroecological zone, and Sinnakunchukulam Cascade belongs to DL3 agroecological zone. Their soil types also varies. The Sivalakulama, Matavaitukulam and Maddirabava cascades show bimodal rainfall, while Sinnakunchukulam cascade show unimodal rainfall. This is the methodology. I sampled 80 home gardens across cascades using transect sampling method. Then I recorded identity and abundance of all these trees and plant species. Biodiversity was measured with Shannon-Weiner diversity index, which accounts for evenness and abundance of plants. The different of these values have analyzed using statistical testing, t-test, ANOVA and Turkish HSD. Shannon-Weiner diversity index. It is a measure of biodiversity within a community. If a home garden biodiversity, if a home garden evenness and richness is higher, the value of Shannon-Weiner diversity index is also high. This slide shows the variations of biodiversity across cascades and agroecological zones. The first graph shows home garden biodiversity across cascades. According to the graph, Matau-Vaitukulam cascade in Vavuniya district shows the higher Shannon-Weiner diversity index, while Madderabava cascade in Puttalam district shows the lowest biodiversity, Shannon-Weiner diversity index. According to this graph, you can see there is a slightly different within across cascade of across cascade Shannon-Weiner diversity indexes. The second graph shows the home garden biodiversity across agroecological zones. The DL1 between DL1B and between DL1B and DL3, the DL1B shows 1.55 Shannon-Weiner diversity index, while DL3 1.58 Shannon-Weiner diversity index, while DL3 shows 1.55 Shannon-Weiner diversity index. According to these graphs, I have in this slide shows key results. Within cascade variation fluctuated widely. When we take the variation, Sinnakuchikulam cascade has the highest variation. Across cascade, the Shannon-Weiner diversity index values ranges from 0.77 to 2.2. When we consider the agrobiodiversity across cascades, Matau-Vaitukulam in Vavuniya district shows the highest agrobiodiversity and Madderabava cascade shows the lowest agrobiodiversity. When we consider between agroecological zones, there is no significant difference between DL1B and DL3. According to the key results, we can say the variation is cascade specific, not the zone specific. The factors are socio-economic status, cultural and traditional plant use practices, management intensity, and differential access to resources. The conclusions of my research are home garden biodiversity shape more by local practices than broad ecological zones. Therefore, conservation strategies should be site-specific rather than zone-based. These findings implications sustainable agriculture and climate resilience in Sri Lankan cascade systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paboda. May I invite you to also join the head table? And thank you very much for that presentation. A very interesting aspect of home garden biodiversity in cascade systems. And we look at our cascade systems as one ecological zone, and the biodiversity and the home garden diversity, how important it is to maintain that biodiversity of these ecological systems is a very, very pertinent issue that we should be discussing. Thank you very much for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are coming to the final presentation of this session, which is on application of automated floating chambers to quantify carbon dioxide and methane fluxes from inland freshwater systems in Sri Lanka. The presentation will be made by Mr. Bandara GDBJ.
Ilan Bandara is a PhD researcher focused on freshwater carbon dynamics and ecosystem fluxes. His research integrates field observations, biochemical analysis, and integrated water resource management to investigate how aquatic systems influence climate change. He aims to advance understanding of carbon cycling and support sustainable environment solutions. Ilan Bandara, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, all of you. Here I am going to present the instrumental part of our big project to aim to quantify the carbon fluxes for freshwater system in Sri Lanka. So here I am going to tell you how we used automated floating chamber to quantify carbon dioxide and methane fluxes from freshwater system in Sri Lanka. So this is the outline. First we look at why we need to quantify the carbon fluxes and the objective, then how we design this floating chamber, and how the field application of this chamber, and the conclusion and future direction. All of you know we are the party of the Paris Agreement. So we have planned to achieve net zero carbon by 2015, and there is a NDC and other things. So it is need to report inventory to Paris Agreement. So this when we quantify this inventory, it is need to consider about the country specific factors. Especially IPCC also advised to calculate countries to specific factors, especially focusing on these freshwater system like wetlands. So this information are essential to for our biodiversity, the sustainable development goals, especially when we consider about the climate action 30.2 target. So before the industry leader, when we consider about the carbon budget, you can see in this picture extracted from the IPCC report, the natural fluxes eventually in equilibrium. But now when we calculate the global carbon dioxide budget, there is an imbalance. According to the 2023 carbon budget calculation, there is a 0.3 gigatons per carbon per year imbalance. When we consider about freshwater system, in pre-industry area, freshwater system contribute to 1.5 petagrams per carbon per year fluxes to environment. Similar to the methane fluxes, there is a huge uncertainty in methane fluxes. The researchers believe that this uncertainty due to the lack of studies and the complex nature of this ecosystem. But we know what the exact emission from the anthropogenic. You can see this diagram. The red colors are from the anthropogenic emission, and the green colors are from the natural emission. And from that, freshwater fluxes are significant, and the uncertainty also high. So what is the solution? Scientifically, we have to quantify these fluxes. Also, when we consider about Sri Lanka, currently we don't know how our freshwater system flux these carbons. So there are three approaches can be used to carbon flux quantification. First one is decoherence and thin boundary layer method and floating chamber method. Floating chamber technique. This decoherence technique need high-end, high-cost devices, and thin boundary layer method requires the high time. So, but floating chamber techniques offers low-cost, high-frequency carbon dioxide measurement. So, the objective of this study is to design and develop a floating chamber using Sri Lanka available materials and the field test and quantify the carbon fluxes. Let's see the concept of this floating chamber. There's a chamber float on the water, and the carbon coming from the water surface will accumulate into the chamber, and specific sensors will quantify this concentration change of the gases. This chamber readings will record using Arduino-based system, and there is you can see there is a gas control system also control the gas inside this chamber. So let's see one by one how this component works. For quantify the carbon dioxide and methane, we use specific sensors. For methane quantification, we use MQ4 sensor, and for carbon dioxide, we use NDIR sensor. Also, we integrate DHT22 sensor for temperature and humidity notification. These all sensors mounted inside the chamber. And the important part is the calibration of these sensors. There are several studies that these sensors can be used in the field without any modification. So we went directly to calibration of these sensors. We calibrated in well-aerated place, assuming that ambient background layer of methane as the 1.9 ppm and the carbon dioxide as the 421 ppm. Also, the Arduino program coded for the log these data in 2 seconds. This gas control system allows to accumulate 40 minutes of gas and followed by 20 minutes of gas flushing. This system controlled with the air pump and the delay trigger. So it is important to control the gas pressure inside the chamber. So we use 2 meter long tube. This is how it looks like the chamber. You can see the components, floating panel, chamber, and there's a waterproof box we use to all electronics. So let's see how we process the data. The raw data looks like this. It shows high noise. So for filter out noise, we use 10-point moving average for 5 times. And we calculate the rate of change in per second using this graph. And this rate of change apply into this equation for calculate the hourly carbon dioxide fluxes. Also, there is ability fluxes for methane. For methane fluxes, we use 5-point running variation calculation. So we tested this floating chamber in 3 sites. One is from Candy Lake, Thalangam tank, and Hurulueva tank. Let's see how these results looks like. This is methane fluxes. You can see high methane fluxes observed in Hurulueva tanks, and the lowest one observed in the Thalangam tank, and only bubbling effect, the ability fluxes observed in the Thalangam tank. So you can see this floating chamber can detect the variation of these fluxes across this tank. Similar to methane fluxes, carbon dioxide fluxes are different. Thalangam tank shows highest fluxes, while Hurulueva shows the lowest carbon dioxide fluxes. So you can see this system can detect the variation of these fluxes. Let's compare our result with the existing studies. This study from the Denmark, that shallow eutrophic lakes, those lakes. So you can see our chamber is also working similar to their fluxes. So we can detect accurately these fluxes. As conclusion, we can use this automated floating chamber to quantify the carbon fluxes from tropical freshwater system, and this system helps to calculate the fluxes from calculate the carbon flux and carbon assessment, and use as the inventory analysis, and have the especially aim to have the carbon benefit as a Sri Lanka. So future direction, we also started these steps, already started. So we aim to increase accuracy of this instrument by gas chromatography measurement and the monitoring long term across the 3 climate zone of Sri Lanka to investigate the how environmental variables impact of these carbon fluxes, and this data will be used to manage reduce the carbon fluxes of freshwater system using water management strategies. Thank you very much. I acknowledge the IDRC fund for funding this research. These are the references I use in this study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the head table, and thank you for that presentation, as well as educating us on this very, very important subject of how to monitor carbon dioxide and methane fluxes in fresh water, which is very, very pertinent for under our NDC commitments and the country's net zero carbon 2050 roadmap. Right. With that, we conclude all four presentations. I'll kindly ask all of you to, give a big round of applause to these all four presenters. I think they did a wonderful job for their discipline and the professionalism they demonstrated in these presentations, as well as those who have contributed for this, very important research work. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we can now open the floor for any discussions, any questions, any comments, additional comments also. May I request you to first introduce yourself, and you can also either direct the question to a one member of the panel, or you can also just share your view. So anyone in the panel who is interested in responding to the question will give you the response. So with that, any questions? Can we have the microphones, the FM microphones? Yes. Who wants to go first and break silence? Right, sir.
Yeah, I am Sadish, water supply engineer. Thank you for all the presenters. I want only, this is not a question, just clarification from the second presenter. The ASALA is, it is, I heard something, it is connected with strongly connected with the climate change reaction. That is, it absorb the CO2. In that way, but it is the growing and other things, they are doing that, the research, it should be considered the temperature variation. I want to know if you consider the temperature in your research, any control temperature or any exceeding temperature, because it is indirectly absorb a lot of carbon, CO2. That is my, I want to know something about that one.
Mr. Ratnakar, do you want to take that question? Is the question clear? Sorry?
Yes.
Can you please repeat the question?
In your research, the temperature, what is your temperature you maintain in your control experiment? It is in varies, or you didn't consider, or you keep it in one constant, or any incubator, or what is that one? Because it is the temperature is very heavily depend on the CO absorption of that ASALA.
AOAC method?
No, this is, the question is related to did you have any control environment when you are comparing, the
No.
solar production in different locations, or it's, that's the question, because the question is based on the temperature differences in different zones, the carbon dioxide absorption is high, the production is high, whether this has any implication on your final findings.
Yeah. Yes, you are correct. In some time in hot climate, some cool climate, rainy season, yeah.
Right. So basically the question is, these are open ponds from different regions, so there wasn't any control chambers or control environments maintained to compare the open ponds with any control environment. So that has not been looked at. It was also not the objective of the research, as I understood, right?
Okay, thank you. The second clarification from the last presenter, just to mention that Paris Agreement and regarding that one, but actually I understood that every country should submit the NDC report for every year. for the as per the if you sign the Paris Agreement, we have to submit one report. I think NDC, nationally contributed, determined contributed something. In that report, if you know how we are, what is the stand on Sri Lanka? Do you know? But it is not, I think, mostly not related to your research. But just to mention your presentation, I am just asking. And second thing that the SGD, Sustainable Development Goals, the target is 2030, but we are in the end of the 2025. But what's but this symposium also mainly on the climate change and other thing. It should be everyone should know that the SD is going to end in 2030. How is that Sri Lanka's stand on that progress? If you are, who is that? I don't know who is that monitoring that progress in Sri Lanka. Who are the responsibility? Who are the updating the system like that? If you not only that person, I am asking all the.
We only target about the forest sector, increase forest cover and reduce these other industrial emission. But the other countries like Canada and other developed countries have target these water surface also their carbon benefit. So we have high nearly 15,000 of small tank and cascade system. So we can use this system to reduce, have a carbon benefit by better management. So we can show we have managed this type of water system and we have reduced this type of carbon budget and we have get benefit of carbon crediting. So not only consider about the increasing forest cover, we can achieve, already we have the negative, not high carbon emitter, but like Bhutan and other countries, we can say, so showing this kind of ecosystem, this carbon credit benefit, we can obtain scientific showing this is the fluxes and we manage this system and we save these fluxes. That is the aim. I think your question is clear now.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. But this is not for that question. It is for all. As I understand in Sri Lanka, we are conducting this type of symposium and other thing. But that in which level, government or any individual organization or anything, so far not taken adequate action or resilience or any adaptation or something to reduce the CO emission and to control the temperature compared with some other countries. I feel in that way. It is my worries, but if anybody can comment on this one, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that question. I don't think we have anyone from the Climate Change Secretariat to respond to that question. So just to explain from my limited knowledge, as you very correctly mentioned, the nationally determined contributions, the 3.0, the third iteration was, I think 2 weeks back, the cabinet approved. Now we submitted it to the UNFCCC. The cutoff date was 22nd September in order to make sure that Sri Lanka is included in the global synthesis report. We are also working on the national adaptation plan. It's in the final stage to get the final clearance. The national climate policy was recently updated from the 2013 version. I think 2023 it was updated and cabinet has already approved. As Mr. Bandara mentions, the 2050 carbon neutrality roadmap was launched together with the milestones. How we going to deliver these things? A national steering committee is now available to monitor the progress of NDC implementation, which is led by both the Ministry of Environment, Mr. Amal, Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Finance collectively. Monitor and the quarterly meetings being held, all 14 sectors who are relevant to NDC implementation in Sri Lanka, all the line ministries are there in the National Steering Committee. So the mechanism is there. I respect and value your question. We have to do more when we look at other countries in the region, especially countries like Bhutan and so on. So these are the conversations we have to take on, and put more pressure for our policymakers to go in this direction for the benefits of not only for Sri Lanka, for all of for the entire planet. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Drawing from the 4 presentations. Yes, sir. Can we have the microphone here? Can I ask you to please introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Professor Chandana Gamage from University of Moratua,
yes,
Faculty of Engineering. So I want to ask from Mr. Bandara, when you took carbon flux measurements, were they taken from a static location, or was the device floating around?
It is floating around 1 meter diameter range.
Yeah, so basically not too far away, right?
Yeah.
So how do you take that measurement taken from position to be representative of the water body?
Yeah.
Because because I noted that at least 2 of them are in kind of urbanized areas. So near the land boundary, maybe there is a greater concentration. So I just want to know what you think. Other thing I noticed is that over the time horizon, the timeline, the measurements varied significantly. Do you have any explanation on that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the placement of the chamber is important. So there are several studies already done in other countries, much not in tropical area, but in other climatic zone. So they have found that the water column is impact for these fluxes, the solar radiation penetration. So now they have identified the cutoff is a 2 meter range. So we follow that and we measure the sediments depth, and based on the sediments depth, we deploy several the floating chambers. Not only this one. Now we have made several one. In each deployment, we place in the based on the sediment depth, when lowest pelagic area, the solar radiation can penetrate into the ground, that area, and the deep area. So we consider both area, because the target is to find there is a correction. We know that the methane can be produced in the methane anaerobic condition, but the scientists have found that there is oxygen media production. In my project, I hope to find what is the causative of this oxygen media production. Is there the oxygen media production? So in ocean they have found the mechanism, but in freshwater system they have not found the mechanism. So the other question is
the variation across the time.
Variation, yeah. The environment factors large effect on this, especially the methane. You can see the methane methanotropic bacteria and methanogenesis bacteria. Their activities based on the solar radiation and the physical activities, wind and the water current and the other things also impact on these fluxes. So this project is ongoing. So we simultaneously measure those data with water quality data and physical environment data and other quality data, and finally going to have idea how the Sri Lankan ecosystem, this tropical area, how this this weather system behave in these fluxes. So we after having idea how the water level fluctuates impact on these fluxes, we can manage it, fluxes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes. Perhaps we will take one more question, so please keep your question ready. Thanks.
I am Asmi from Farm Foundation, working as a finance manager, and I am MBA holder. So basically, my one is second person related with the poultry farming. So then basically you target two groups. One is ecological feeding and another one is commercial feeding. You mentioned you selected 50 out of 55 is a commercial feeding. So whether you identify any person using hybrid feeding method. So do you have any sense? Because of there are egg harvesting is 22 to 18. There are 4 differences there. So then for the contribution of your research, have you any future recommendation to address this empirical gap or the scientific gap? How we can identify this 4 eggs, because of we are thinking about the economical teams, no? So then will be contribute to the whole economy to develop some stable of economy. So do you target any person in concern of hybrid approach?
No.
That mean they are feeding the mess also and this the same system.
So basically the question is, there's a gap between the commercial feed and this hybrid feed, and how you, in terms of production, how you bridge, whether there are any recommendations to bridge that gap, right? Did you come across anything, Mr. Ratnayaka, or you have any? No, the one option is Asolla, BSF and commercial feed. The other sample is commercial feed only. But in terms of your data, there's a difference between 4 eggs in terms of the total production, monthly production. So whether there are any recommendations from your side, if it is not a part of your scope of your research, that's totally fine. But whether you come across anything, any suggestions from your side that can be, to inform the audience about what are the recommendations to bridge that gap, increase the production by another 4 eggs. That's the question.
I think very important for government support for improve the Asolla and BSF productions, and processing technology is very important for optimum conditions. And I think community is developed for the Asolla and BSF, and it is a low cost productions. I think government sector involve this Asolla and BSF productions for poultry farmers especially in rural small scale farmers.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And that's also a good question. I think perhaps there's still a research gap for all of us to think about the composition of the mix, the right mix. The commercial feed, Asolla and BSF, farmers do not have full information what should be the appropriate mix that they should feed their flock. So that kind of a research is still warranted based on these findings. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Chairperson sir.
Yes.
Can I clarify those 2 questions to the second presenter? The one is related to producing Asolla. Of course, in this particular study, as far as I understood, she hasn't basically prepared Asolla under controlled environmental system. Her research objective was how much we can replace commercially available protein supplements such as soybean meal from locally produced cheaper sources such as black Asolla and black soldier fly larvae. So which can be a kind of a very big concern right now. If you are basically using soybean meal, we have to pay very high price. And also when you are going to produce soybean meal, it's going to cost a lot of money in terms of carbon dioxide emission and these things. That's why she wanted to find out low cost production system. So in the first question, she hasn't done any control study basically to produce Asolla under controlled environmental system. The second question, I think it's a very valid question. Of course, when we are, producing commercial chicken feed, of course, there's a formula. There, of course, we know how much protein, how much energy, how much mineral, and the things that we need to include. So in this particular study, she wanted to replace part of the protein, right, in a commercial feed with existing cheaper sources.
Yeah.
That's what, she has done, I think.
Thank you very much, Dr. Janak, for that additional explanation. That's very clear. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Especially, we have two more panelists. I didn't hear any question towards them. Either the research is perfectly fine, the presentation is perfect, and no questions there. Anything? So let me quickly turn to Ms. Salika about the contribution of agrobiodiversity. You mentioned in your presentation, Ms. Shalika, that you didn't observe any difference between demographic segments and adaptation score. The women, the gender, the age base, there wasn't any difference. Can you explain a little bit more on that aspect? Because there's a wider discussion about the demographic and actual climate change adaptation. Perhaps you can take 2 minutes for that.
Actually, I
press it, right? Okay. Right.
Actually, my research, my 20 sample households are both 50% in males and 50% in females. So there is no, I haven't any significant difference in gender. Both are in 21 and 30 years gap. So, and there are some in educational level in varies with the household. So I can't identify any significant difference in demographic. Yes, in adaptation score.
I have this question for all panelists. What was the biggest challenge you faced during your research and how did you overcome it?
Shall we start from one corner?
What was your biggest challenge you faced during your research and how did you overcome it?
I think in my research, the climate change adaptation practices, I have mentioned in 10 practices, planting time setting, organic fertilization, and some mulching, likewise 10 adaptation practices. I think the big challenges is, according to climate adaptation, the farmers has not using in rural areas that adaptations. Sometimes they use, but almost can not using with, they have some larger extent of lands, home gardens. So they can't use that practices.
I have to use 80 samples from home gardens. It is somewhat difficult because I have to use transect method also. For that, I collect some samples with my team, and I have to take some time for that, but however I can manage that.
My background is environmental science, so when designing this floating chamber, I need I had to include the Arduino programming and electronics part. So that's also a challenge. So I have to learn it newly, and especially the right coding and the other things is important for accuracy of these measurements. So I have to learn it and build it from the sketch. So that was my challenge. However, I could overcome this, and the floating chamber produce high accuracy level data. That's it.
My research, BSF and ASOLA feeds, how to use in rural small scale farmers. My big challenge is farmers have low awareness in the ASOLA and BSF. The ASOLA and BSF have high nutrition level, but the farmers have not idea about the how to use ASOLA and how to use BSF and how to process. I think it's a big challenge, and I think invite to government sector for involve this production, support for small scale farmers, how to process in and the nutrition value. This tell the farmers and improve this production.
Thank you, Ms. Ratnayaka. Now we are at the end of our session, and actually this session look at how communities deal with the impact of climate change in their own areas. It focuses on difficulties they face and important lessons we can learn from their presented experience. Our session topic was a climate change adaptation at local level, challenges and lesson learned. If we talk about climate change, the climate change is a long-term changes in average weather patterns. We need to consider actually the long-term, more than 25 years average. We need to like temperature average, we can consider, and rainfall average, and a trend we can consider. And also climate change adaptation means the action to adjust and reduce harm from climate change impacts. And adaptation at the local level, how communities or villages make changes to cope with climate impact in their own areas. If we talk about the challenges, they presented problem faced when adapting to climate change, such as lack of money, resources, and limited knowledge and technology, and weak policies or support systems, and uncertainties in future climate impact. And what lesson learned? A useful experience that help improve adaptation, such as community participation makes project stronger, and local knowledge is valuable for solutions. And good planning and cooperation reduce risk, and support from government and partners is essential. I go through their papers and I summarize as it is. And mostly today they presented our mostly focus on the livestock and agriculture aspects. And thank you very much, Ms. Shalika and Ms. Ratnayaka and Ms. Prabodha and Mr. Bandara for your excellent presentation.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will now hand over the floor to back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
A heartfelt thank you to our presenters, co-chairs, rapporteur, and all of you for contributing to a truly engaging and insightful session. May I invite our co-chairpersons off stage to kindly hand over a token of appreciation to each of our presenters. May I first invite Miss HGAU Shalika. Miss RMCW Ratnayaka. Miss WT Prabodha. And Mr. GDDJ Bandara. Congratulations to each of you, and thank you once again for your valuable contributions. Next, we move on to a small but significant gesture of gratitude. May I now invite our rapporteur, Mr. Mahesh Veerasurya, to present the tokens of appreciation to our session co-chairpersons. May I first invite Dr. Buddhika Hapuarachi and Dr. Sanjeevi Langasinghe. We would also like to extend our appreciation to our rapporteur, Mr. Mahesh Veerasurya. May I kindly invite Dr. Buddhika Hapuarachi to present this token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes session 2A. On behalf of the organizers, I extend our sincere thanks to the session co-chairpersons, the rapporteur, and the presenters, and each of you for your active participation. Let us carry forward today's discussions and continue working together towards building climate resilient communities. Thank you, and I wish you all a pleasant day. I would like to invite you all outside in fellowship for tea. Thank you.
This. This. Shake, shake, shake. This. This. Shake, shake, shake. This. Shake, this. Shake. This one. Shake, this. This one. Shake, this. Shake. This one. Shake, this. Shake. This one. Shake. This one. Shake, this. Shake. This. Shake, this. Shake one. This.
Has long been heart of our economy.
Oh. Good morning. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to warmly welcome you all to the technical session 3A, which is based on the thematic area Climate Smart Agriculture, Opportunities and Challenges. Climate smart agriculture seeks to enhance productivity, build resilience to climate change, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions through practices like crop rotation and conservation agriculture, but faces challenges including limited finance, knowledge gaps, inadequate infrastructure, policy barriers, and the inherent complexity of adapting practices to local contexts. Key opportunities involve leveraging improved technologies, better weather forecasting, financial incentives, and tailored policies to support smallholder farmers and create more sustainable food systems. Without further ado, let me introduce you our esteemed co-chairs for the session. It is my pleasure to introduce to you our distinguished session co-chairpersons for the session. Dr. Sanjeeva P.B. Irangasinghe is a civil engineer and a disaster risk management specialist with over 15 years of experience in water resources planning, dam safety, climate resilience, and large-scale infrastructure projects. He currently serves as Director of Engineering, Design and Planning at the Mahameri Authority of Sri Lanka. He earned his PhD in Disaster Management from ICHAM, UNESCO, and GRIPS, Japan, with research focused on hydrology, climate change, disaster risk reduction, and water resources planning. He also holds an MSc in hydraulic engineering and river basin development from UNESCO IHE, Netherlands, and an MSc in environmental and water engineering from the University of Pennsylvania. He graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with a BSc in civil engineering, obtaining second-class upper division honors. And Dr. Senar A. Virasoria is a senior lecturer in the Department of Agricultural Economics and Business Management, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Pennsylvania, Sri Lanka. He specializes in agricultural economics and business management with strong academic and research expertise in applied economics. He earned his PhD in applied economics from Oregon State University, USA in 2017. Prior to that, he completed an MSc in Applied Economics from Oregon State University in 2013, and an MSc in Agricultural Economics from the Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture, University of Pennsylvania, in 2011. He received his bachelor's degree in Agricultural Technology and Management from the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Pennsylvania, in 2009. Now I would like to introduce the rapporteur for the session, Mr. KMI Dayas Kumara. He holds a BSc in Civil Engineering from the University of Pennsylvania and has been a chartered civil engineer and a member of the Institution of Engineers, Sri Lanka, IESL, since 2017. He began his career at the Mahaweli Authority of Sri Lanka as a project engineer with the Dam Safety and Water Resources Planning Project, later serving as civil engineer at the Landenigala and Lantambe dams from 2008 to 2010, and subsequently joined CMLMTD as project engineer on the Buttara Road construction project in 2011. Since 2012, he has been with the Central Engineering Consultancy Bureau, CECB, contributing to several major infrastructure projects, including the Northern Road Rehabilitation Project, locally funded road development works, and serving as safety engineer for the new Mutwar and Torrington tunnels. He is currently serving as district manager for the Climate Resilient Integrated Water Management Project, CRIWMP, in Anuradhapura on secondment from CECB. I would like to kindly invite the session co-chairpersons and the rapporteurs to the head table and invite you to take charge of the proceedings of the session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Okay. On එකේ තියෙන්නේ. දෙකම on. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to warmly welcome you all to the technical session on the thematic area on integrated management of water and associated resources at the cascade level. If we could kindly take your seats, we will begin now. As you may know, integrated management of water and associated resources at the cascade level applies the principles of integrated water resources management to a system of interconnected tanks or reservoirs in a watershed, focusing on coordinated development and management to maximize social and economic benefits and ecological sustainability. This approach involves managing interactions between the physical components of the cascade, that is the tanks, the canals, agricultural practices and economic factors to ensure equitable water distribution, efficient use, and the long-term viability of the ecosystem within that specific geographical context. Without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished session co-chairs, Dr. Mojit Aryaratna, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. Dr. Mojit Aryaratna is a senior lecturer in the Department of Crop Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya in Sri Lanka. He specializes in soil fertility, plant nutrition, sustainable agriculture, precision agriculture, and microplastics, with extensive teaching and research experience in agricultural sciences. He earned his PhD in Science of Functional Genomics and Biotechnology from the United Graduate School of Agriculture, Iwate University, Japan. He also holds an MSc in Science of Bioresources from Obihiro University of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine, Japan, and a BSc in Agriculture from the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. Dr. Aryaratna has served as the head of Department of Crop Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. He is also a member of the Board of Management at the Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. And our second co-chair, Dr. K. Velige Polage, Additional Director General of Irrigation, Investigation, Planning and Design. Mr. Kitsiri Veliga Polage obtained his BSc Engineering degree, specializing in civil engineering from the University of Moratuwa in 1993. He pursued his postgraduate studies at the University of Twente, the Netherlands, where he earned an MSc in Water Resources and Environmental Management in 2005 and a PhD in Spatial Hydrology and Remote Sensing in 2015. He became a corporate member of the Institution of Engineers, Sri Lanka, in 1998. Mr. Veliga Polage joined the Irrigation Department in 1995 and has since served in various specialized branches at the head office in Colombo, as well as in the regional offices of Ampara and Anuradhapura districts. With over 30 years of experience in the water resources and irrigation sectors, he has contributed significantly to the field through research and practice. He has published several peer-reviewed articles in international journals and presented papers at numerous domestic and international conferences. I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce the rapporteur for the session, Mr. Menaka Liyanage from UNDP. Menaka Liyanage is an experienced development professional specializing in water management, community empowerment, and sustainable agriculture. He has worked with UNDP and international NGOs, leading field coordination, project planning, and capacity building initiatives across Sri Lanka. I would kindly like to invite the session co-chairpersons and the rapporteur to take their seats at the head table now to facilitate the rest of the session. Thank you.
afternoon, everyone. Please let me welcome to the session on the thematic area on integrated management of water and associated resources at the cascade level, the thematic area number 6, where we have 4 presentations lined up. Each presentation has 10 minutes for the presenter to deliver the content, and then at the end of the 4 presentations, there will be a question and answer session, and we will call all the presenters to the head table to answer the questions of the audience. So without wasting much time, I will call upon the first presenter to the stage. The first presenter is Dr. Geetika Vijayasundara, and the topic of the presentation is farmers' preferences for 3 methods of AWDs for water management of paddy field. Dr. Geetika Vijayasundara holds a PhD in soil management and cascade water quality. She has over 15 years expertise in climate smart agriculture, water management, climate adaptation and environmental conservation. She served over a decade with UNDP as technical coordinator and is now UNFAO Rice Rethink project manager with 30 plus national and international research publications. Let me call upon Dr. Geetika Vijayasundara for your presentation.
Respected Chair, distinguished guest and the colleague, good afternoon to you all. Actually, I am honored to present our research finding here. While we are working with the CRIWMP project, actually we notified some low cropping intensity and the low water management practices. So we try to develop some modern technology adaptation with the AWD. So my research focus on the comparative analysis of the farmer preference for 3 AWD instruments for water management in paddy field. Before moving to the presentation, I would like to highlight some local context. Rice is the we all know the rice is the staple food for the half of the global population, and it is the main staple food in Sri Lanka. And the survey conducted in the 2022 by FAO, it is revealed that the rice demand is around 776 million metric ton, and it is 4 times higher than the requirement in 1960s. And it is predicted that the world population will be 9.7 billion by 2050, and paddy cultivation plays very vital role to ensure the food security. And these are the main 7 issues in the paddy farming sector: low cropping intensity, low potential yield of the paddy, OFC. Actually, previous presentation also I described these things, so I am not going to describe in detail. But for the cropping intensity enhancement program, most limiting factor is the water. It is obvious and we all understood. By considering these factors, the International Rice Research Institute, IRI, together with the Philippine Rice Research Institute, developed so many water-saving technologies. One of the water-saving technology is the AWD. AWD, normal AWD introduced under the IRI, is very simple and inexpensive. Inexpensive way of reducing water consumption in rice without yield penalty. AWD entailed periodic draining of the field to a certain threshold level, that is the 15 centimeter below the soil. We recommended this kind of the perforated tube and the 30 centimeter perforated tube, and we buried it into the 20 centimeter below the soil and the 10 centimeter above the soil. We allow water to drain 15 minus centimeter from the topsoil and then irrigate up to the 5 centimeter water level. This kind of field adaptation is being done, and the recommended rate is that this kind of the 12 units need to be placed in the 1 acre field, and farmer need to peep into the ground and detect the water level. So the objective of this research is, although a Department of Agriculture tried to promote this technology, normal AWD technology, farmers hesitate to adopt this because of so many minus points. First one is the lack of the awareness of and understanding of the AWD, need for the frequent field visit to check water level. Farmer need to go to the field level and peep into the pipe and check the water level. Safety concern, we all know when rice is grown, it is around 4 feet height, then farmers hesitate to go to the field. And fear of yield reduction, due to this reluctant to move away from the traditional irrigation. To address these challenges, actually CRIWMP project developed 2 novel technologies, 2 easy adaptation technologies, and we have done some comparative analysis with traditional method plus these 2 innovations. The methodologies introduced the 2 novel technology for the AWD and compared with the traditional method. We trialed this into the 15 field demonstration sites in the 7 districts. Field demonstration and the field classes were done for the mobilization to the farmer, and random sample of the 62 farmers was interviewed with the pre-tested questionnaire regarding the preference, benefits and the negative impact. This is the descriptive analysis of the sample. 26% sample from the Anuradhapura, 8% from the Kurunegala district likewise. This is the pre-tested questionnaire. These are the main 2 methods we used. First one is the sensor-based lightning system. We allow water to drain 15 centimeter from the water level and irrigate until the 5 centimeter. When water drain to the 15 centimeter from the topsoil, top level, light will switch on and until it keep up to the 5 centimeter water level. Second method indicate that the water level will be indicated with the arrow mark. Clearly we can see the which water level is there, 5 centimeter, 10 centimeter, minus 5, minus 10, likewise. So we compared this method with the traditional methods. We have done so many field classes, for so many field visit with the higher level officials. These are the results. First one is the farmer preference. Actually, arrow mark AWD scored the highest mark. Sensor light AWD scored the second and the noble third. Second graph shows the gender analysis. Third will shows the district-wise analysis. This table shows the individual analysis for the difference preference. Actually 15 points we measured analysis, easy handling, easy observing the water level, durability of the instrument, kind of that. For all points, actually AWD arrow mark scored the highest value regarding the individual preference. If you move to the one small point, actually a sensor light system scored the highest disturbance from the wild animal. Sensor light system means this kind of system actually. Blinking, light is blinking, so sometimes people think it will attract some animal kind of thing, but I think it will distract the animal during the night time. But anyway, farmer scored this much. Regarding the benefit gain through the AWD adaptation, actually where we observe only the yes or no, whether farmers understand the benefits. We evaluated the 5 types of the benefits: production benefits, yield increment, human health, environment and the socio-economic benefits. All these figures shows the farmers understand there are some benefits through the AWD. But the most important point, I would like to highlight these points. Actually, 100% farmer understand that through the AWD, it can be easily control soil moisture. And the second point is, through AWD, it can reduce the methane emission from the paddy field. Actually, I'm really happy to that. Our field mobilization, these are the main points we need to convey with the farmers. They understood that we can use this for the soil conservation, and we can use this for the methane greenhouse gas emission reduction. Regarding the negative impact, actually we highlighted the 10 points. We try to evaluate the 10 points. Difficult to handle, difficult to learn, difficult to continue kind of things. Actually, everybody tell it is no, AWD easy handling methods kind of thing. The positive approach was there. But regarding the wild animals will damage, only 10% told it will be wild animal will damage because of we are mounting this instrument in the paddy field. So sometime field animal will come to and may some damage kind of thing. So I would like to conclude my presentation with this arrow type AWD instrument. Showed the more preference for its easy of use, visibility and the durability. This preference was consistent to the study area and more preferred to sensor light in the Kurunegala, Polonnaruwa and Puttalam district. Contrast with the farmer prefer more score about the arrow type except for the disturbance from the wild animal. Census type scored the highest marks. The most vital things is 100% sample understood the main 2 points, easy to control soil moisture, reduce the methane emission. Only regarding the negative impacts, only concern is about the wild animal will damage this instrument. Thank you very much.
You can start.
Okay, so I will introduce the next presenter. He is Mr. K.M. Premathilaka. He obtained his BSc in Geology in 1988 and MSc in Hydrology in 2004 from the University of Peradeniya. He is a chartered geologist of the Institute of Geology, Sri Lanka. After graduation, he worked as a geologist in the Danidab project until 1992. He joined the National Water Supply and Drainage Board, where he served for 32 years in various capacities, including geologist, senior hydrologist, manager, and assistant general manager, groundwater section. And further, following his retirement, he continued his career as a consultant hydrologist at the National Consultant for Groundwater Resources, team leader and project manager for both local and foreign water resource and groundwater projects. He has published several scientific papers in local and international journals and received a Presidential Award for the Best Publication in 2016. He has also served as the editor of 2 groundwater manuals and as a co-author of a book. So, Mr. Premathilaka will do his presentation on need for groundwater management, a case study of the Sivakulam Cascade, Anuradhapura district, dry zone of Sri Lanka. So, I would like to invite Mr. Premathilaka to do his presentation.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. My topic is, first, I think co-authors are hydrogeologists from the National Water Supply and Drainage Board. My topic is need for groundwater management, case study from Sivalakulam Cascade in Anuradhapura district. This is the general introduction. Groundwater sources within Cascade are widely used for the agricultural practices since in 1980. Last 35 years, usage of groundwater has increased significantly. According to the record, there are about 150,000 agro wells located within the Cascade for groundwater extraction. In some Cascade, agro well density is 27 per square kilometer. This is the study area located in Anuradhapura district. Extent of the cascade 19.4 square kilometer. Number of agricultural wells, 180. Well density is 9.3. Aquifer type is regolith aquifer. Transmissivity of the aquifer is 15 to 60 square meters per day. Common groundwater intakes are large diameter duct well. Some are lined, some are unlined. Average diameter is 6 meter, and depth of the well varies from 4.5 to 11 meters. This is the study area. Normally it is undulating terrain with isolated hillocks, and average rainfall is 1600 millimeters per year, and more than 180 millimeters rainfall recorded in April, October, November and December. There are 20 VIS located within 3 micro basins of the cascade. No any diversion to the cascade or from the cascade. Generally groundwater is replenished through annual rainfall as well as available surface water bodies. These are the study area. You can see the different land use type. Water bodies 2.7 square kilometers, seasonal cropping area 8.1, paddy lands 4.8. You can see no any forest cover within the cascade. All the available lands are used for the agricultural purposes. This is the objective, to identify the groundwater condition within cascade, and second one is to evaluate the present groundwater management setup. Methodology, we select the agricultural well, several agricultural well for the based on the field inspection as well as the interview with local communities by the groundwater units. And we use structured format to collect well data, operational data, and also lifetime, because lifetime is very important for in this cascade. And groundwater level monitoring and EC monitoring were done monthly from February 2020 2nd to November 2022 for 10-month period. All the collected data were analyzed using GIS method. These are the available wells and collected data points. This is the results and discussion. First one, you can see the flow net of in May. There are, you can see some red patch is the groundwater level depleted area, that's the impact area. And also you can see several initial impact places are there. That normally diameter of that impact area is 1 kilometer to varies to 1 kilometer to 2.5 kilometers. If we consider the September, this is the drought period, new zones are developed, new impact zones are developed, and also some impact conditions are further increased. This is the rainy period, November. You can see the difference. But there is no much differences compared to groundwater level depletion, because that level depletion has been taken place, I think 20 or several years before. Still people are obtaining groundwater from these wells. But yield is decreasing and as well as the quality is deteriorating. These are the EC level. You can see that red area and black rounds are that impact areas. You can see the background EC level in May, but May you can see the green patches are the background level, EC levels are higher. You can see the September that EC levels are increasing with the pumping rate. Normally it's happened, but some areas it is not like that. This is the rainy period. All the EC levels are recovered, but groundwater levels are not recovered, but quality is recovered. You can see the background higher EC areas is similar to the earlier cases. Finding of the water level and EC contours. There are indication of expansion of impacted zone other than the isolated issue. It's a big issue for the Sivalakulam cascade. During the rainy period, easy of groundwater reached to initial level. However, groundwater levels has not reached up to initial condition. Continuation of present groundwater extraction pattern created further issues in groundwater quality as well as the groundwater quantity. Change of natural restoration of groundwater environment to regain the loss of aquifer drainage, loss of aquifer storage, and aquifer drainage loss is very rare. Then that means we have to implement a mass system for groundwater enhancement. These are the issues affecting groundwater system. One is the complexity of the condition, because that area is a more heterogeneous. People, they don't know about the groundwater variation, and also difficult to characterization due to hidden nature and very complex system. And also knowledge gap is the very big problem. Interference from the multiple users and over extraction, and lack of monitoring data, mainly usage, quality and quantity. Lack of land use changes and pollution from the various sources. Suboptimal governance and poor management practices. Present groundwater management practices within the cascade. There are multiple stakeholders and decision makers for the groundwater. Present system, there are committees, cascade management committees at different level, exist mainly to execute and monitor the cascade activity. Not only the groundwater, all the cascade activities that committees are responsible. Some activities within the cascade, within the system, focus to groundwater regulatory measures. Some are involved in the operational measures, because regulation and operation will be handled by the same party. This is the conclusion. Groundwater is in Sivalakulam is very valuable sources, because groundwater is their life. They depend on the groundwater, and it has been used cultivation for cash crop for last 35 years. Groundwater within Sivalakulam cascade is under threat in terms of quality as well as quantity due to mismanagement. Effective implementation of groundwater management strategies is essential to restore in the groundwater environment to the optimal level without delay. It's a very important thing. Acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge NWSDP staff, UNDSDP staff, and CRIWMP project staff. Thank you very much. That's all for the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Premathilaka. This paper is co-authored by Gunaratna PMSS and Gunasekara NCW. They are from National Water Supply and Drainage Board, Sri Lanka.
Moving on to the third presentation of the session. For this presentation, the presenter is Ms. NCW Gunasekara. Ms. NCW Gunasekara is serving as the Senior Hydrogeologist and Manager Studies, covering at National Water Supply and Drainage Board. She has been working as a hydrogeologist since 2015, contributing her expertise to groundwater and water resources management. She holds a bachelor's degree in geology and a master's degree in water resources management from the University of Peradeniya. With an academic background and nearly a decade of professional experience, she has developed strong expertise in hydrogeology, water resources planning, and sustainable water management practices. The topic of the presentation today is hydrological and hydrogeological characteristics in selected cascades for application of managed aquifer recharge. Let me invite Ms. Gunasekara to the podium to deliver your presentation.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is hydrological and hydrogeological characteristics in selected cascade for application of managed aquifer recharge. I am NCW Gunasekara. In the introduction, is vitally important to enhance groundwater storage in dry zone Sri Lanka. Here we are talking about cascade systems and its role is very important. Main challenges of the cascade systems are over-extraction, erratic rainfall and climatic variability. Here our study areas are Mamalugama Cascade in Kurunegala district, Madaramba in Putlam district, Sivalakulam in Anuradhapura district and Tudakkaikulam is Vavuniya district. This is our location map. The main objective of the study is to identify hydrological and hydrogeological characteristics for Ma application. Other sub-objectives are characterize shallow and deep aquifers, assess soil types, permeability and infiltration, evaluate groundwater quality and seasonality, analyze climatic impact on recharge, finally identify suitable Ma sites and strategies. In the methodology, we analyzed 30 years rainfall data and temperature data to estimate runoff recharge using a SES equation. Then field surveys were conducted to soil infiltration test, permeability test, pumping test and other geophysical investigation. Then we collected water resources data to prepare well inventory and using this data we developed flow nets and urban maps using GIS techniques. Finally, we prepared groundwater potential maps and groundwater possible recharge areas for groundwater recharging. Here we are considered about to identify groundwater potential areas and groundwater recharge zones. When consider hydrological conditions of the cascade, average rainfall of the cascade is less than 1750 millimeter. It receives June to September. Maximum temperature receives 35 Celsius in March to April. When consider rainfall, in Mamunugama and Sivalakulam shows increase in trend over 30 years. Then Madaramba and Tudakkaikulam show slightly increase in trend. Then hydrogeological conditions of the cascade, variation in urban thickness and geology is affect groundwater recharge. Mamunugama, Sivalakulam and Tudakkaikulam cascade shows moderate urban thickness from 4 to 8 meter with gradual weathering conditions. In Madaramba shows 6 to 20 meter high urban thickness with clay-rich zones. This is the general soil profiles of the cascades and we could identify some rock outcrops within the 4 cascades. Common soil profile is topsoil, completely weathered formation, highly weathered formation, moderately weathered formation and bedrock. Here you can see how soil thicknesses varies of 4 cascades. You can see as I mentioned earlier, Madaramba cascade, lower part of the Madaramba cascade shows high overburden thickness. Major aquifer systems of the cascades are shallow regolith aquifer, deep fractured aquifer and alluvial aquifers along streams. When consider groundwater levels, it fluctuates due to climate variation, groundwater withdrawals and land use patterns. Then groundwater levels fluctuate seasonally. It depletes from June to August and rises from September to January. And groundwater level decline in upper catchment area and lower in downstream discharge areas. This is the groundwater level changes of the cascades. Here groundwater potential and storage. Groundwater storage is linked to urban thickness and soil permeability. Groundwater potential seasonally saturation, full in wet season and declining in dry season. In Mamunugama, Sivalakulam and Tudakkaikulam cascades, groundwater potential is high in middle part and downstream of the tank areas. In Madaramba Cascade, high groundwater potential areas we can see in lower part of the cascade. Here you can see brown color zones show high groundwater potential areas in 4 cascades. Then I will move into identify possible zones for groundwater recharging. Here we consider unsaturated zones, that means OB thicknesses more than 2 meter. And further we analyze saturated thicknesses in dry, wet and intermonsoon period as in Madaramba Cascade. Here you can see in dry season we have more unsaturated area to groundwater recharge but no source water for the recharge. In wet season we don't have area due to rainy season. In intermonsoon period we have some areas and intermonsoon rain for groundwater recharging. Then we selected intermonsoon period for best season for the groundwater recharging. Then here shows possible zones for groundwater recharging in intermonsoon period more than 2 meter overburden thicknesses. Then we are going to introduce into ground level. We need to further analyze to apply artificial groundwater recharging. Then we use non-saturated area more than 2 meter and groundwater flow direction and land use patterns to analyze most suitable areas for the groundwater recharging. This is the possible most suitable areas for the artificial groundwater recharging in 4 cascades. This is my conclusion. MA is feasible in intermonsoon seasons where recharge spaces exist. Best locations are found to artificial recharge groundwater based on unsaturated overburden thickness, flow direction and land uses. Mamanukam, Sivalakulam and Tuduakkaikulam show good MA potential, but Madaramba lower cascade area is suitable due to upper part limited by clayey soil. Finally, selected cascades are promising for MA to improve groundwater sustainability. Then I would like to thank WSDB, CRIWMP and UNDP staff to support to success our project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gunasekara. This paper has been co-authored by HAC Heyagoda and SMNM Senivaratna, both of them from National Water Supply and Drainage Board. Okay, right. Now we'll next move to the next presentation.
Okay, the next presenter is Dr. Kamal Melwani. She has a multidisciplinary PhD on the social, ecological, financial and nutrient values of forest gardens in Sri Lanka, and interdisciplinary MSc on bioremediation of nitrates in groundwater. And also, Dr. Kamal is the Executive Director of the Neo-Synthesis Research Center in Sri Lanka, and her paper, what she's going to present now, is the Community-Based Watershed Rehabilitation, the Water Towers Project on Maragal Kanda in Sri Lanka. It's you can do the presentation now.
Hello everyone. In Sri Lanka, ambient temperature, rainfall variability and the frequency of extreme climatic events are increasing while soil moisture is decreasing. Climate change impacts affect water and food security and human health. Forested watersheds, on the other hand, protect against climate change impacts because they sustain freshwater flows. Forest destruction, however, results in lost ecosystem services, impoverished inhabitants, and diminished watershed sustainability. Neosynthesis Research Centre, my organization, rehabilitated the Maragala Oya watershed at Maragala Kanda from 1999 to 2004. Rehabilitation was undertaken in one farmer's, a pseudonym Rani's, landholding first, and the work was replicated in 52 farmers' landholdings thereafter. Short-term monitoring in 1998 to 2004 and long-term evaluation from 2012 to 2016 revealed that rehabilitation had indeed reversed forest loss, increased livelihood security, and sustained watershed health. The water towers project at Maragalakanda Monaragal district, it's an Inselberg, an individual mountain rising from the lowlands, is the Kumukang Oya catchment, part of it, has mainly semi-evergreen forests, is highly biodiverse, has 427 floral and 353 faunal species. However, deforestation from traditional fire fallow chainas is a big issue, and new legislation prohibits traditional chainas. So there is no fallow, no period where farmers don't cultivate, and this has decreased soil fertility, streams have dried up, habitat is lost, and poverty has increased. So the three methods that we employed, this is a description of how forests evolve. In the first stage, there are short and small crops like grasses, and in the second stage, when birds and other animals bring in the seeds, and you have small trees, and then the third stage, which is a much larger climax community. So this takes about 1,000 years, but we want to do it in 5. So what we use 3 methods: regenerative agriculture, which is mainly organic cultivation methods; analog forestry, which mimics forest structure in terms of ecosystem function as well, using both native and exotic species or marketable species. And the third method is conservation forestry, which recreates natural forest in buffer and riparian zones, only using species from the forest itself. So in showcasing Rani's landholding had poor soils, few trees, exposed rocks, no shade, 3 dead gullies, no water source, few animals, birds, chaina cultivation mainly, limited food supply in dry season, 5 children, and an annual income of $95. Please remember that, $95 in 1999. So we use the closest new natural forest as our reference model for rehabilitation, which means that forest was our model for rehabilitation. We looked at the physiognomic classification of vegetation, of what grew there, how it grew, and we figured out it was a broad-leaved evergreen forest and shrubs and forbs, climbers, grasses, lichens in 4 strata, 4 levels of vegetation. There was a low density of species. There was about 25% canopy closure or shade, and several exotic species, which means it was also disturbed. The landscape design mimicked the vegetation structure of the reference forest. It aimed to provide the same ecological functions and services by using crop and non-crop species. It considered topography, drainage patterns, soil, light, wind, household needs, available resources, irrigation, and water storage. In that, these little blue blobs are holding ponds or patahas built along the 3 dead gullies. It was mainly tree-dominated and very agro-biodiverse. Now, I know that you can't obviously read any of this, but I'd like to show you that this new model, or this model, also had 4 strata, like the natural forest, and it had a wide range of both exotic and native endemic species to satisfy the food needs, the riparian buffer and water infiltration needs, the shade and covering rocks. It's Mara, Gala, Kanda, which means lots of rocks, ornamental timber, firewood, biopesticide, green manure, so all of that. So all in all, there were about 5,000 plants put down in this period, 175 species established by height, class, and stratum. And the main focus was food security. So 96 species in this landscape design provided food and medicine. 29 species were planted on either side of the streams or dead gullies, riparian buffer and water filtration. 20 species to give shade and to cover rocks. The rest is there. So I'm just going to show you some pictures. That's the buffer zone. So we're extending the reach of the disturbed forest inwards towards the garden. That's the way we planted our crops. and that's pepper as a main primary crop on Gliricidia. So this is, you can see shade is increasing. This is the dead gully when we started. This is after 2 or 3 years. These are these patahas. You can see a before and after situation. This is the paddy field, a large paddy area. So erica or puak planted right round the paddy field, protecting the roots, protecting from erosion. And this is this business of shading rocks. So when you shade a rock, it starts to form mosses and ferns, and it starts to attract water, rather than if you keep it uncovered, it becomes a very hot ambient, high ambient temperatures, and lots of water evaporation. So the trick here is to shade the rocks. So now the short-term outputs from 1999 to 2004, when we measured, so income increased. And what's this income? Income isn't just sales, but household consumption, which is food self-sufficiency and sales of produce. So you can see from 1999, $95. By the time we completed the project, it was 2003 and $280 sales income. And of course, when you grow trees and you have this high biodiversity, your soil organic matter increases, which means that there is more organic matter to absorb whatever rainfall that comes to develop this topsoil and, sponge-like layer. Canopy closure increased, shade increased, surface biodiversity increased. And I'd like you to point out Pinum Katussa, which is the indicator for the second serial stage of maturity in forest restoration. So you can see with leaf litter, these lizards started coming in. So that's our indicator of success, biodiversity. And of course, soil biodiversity, earthworm counts increased. The long-term evaluations between 2004 and 2013, an MSc study from Imperial College in the UK looked at bird species richness, diversity, and community composition. And what they found was that the number of birds in forest gardens and the adjacent forest plots was similar, and it was increasing, so which means habitat was increasing, which means forests were slowly coming back. Then my PhD from 2013 to 2016, I valued forest gardens. I looked at the social, ecological, and financial values for forest gardens all over the intermediate Sri Lanka, but also in Rani's land holding. And I found that whereas earlier it was one contiguous tract of complete only Chena land, now there were well-defined areas with tree-dominated cover. So you can see forest garden 1, 2, 3, 4. This was all plain Chena land earlier. And the greatest land area was under forest gardens, which means farmers were starting to appreciate tree crops. Even the Chena plot was covered with trees. This is the most important thing. Total income increased to $32,241 by 2013 from $95. Of this, of course, 80% of this was from forest gardens. Massive income from timber. Timber is a product. Sales and household, even if you took away timber, the sales and household consumption values of pepper, coconut, fruits, and vegetables was $2,724, which is massive compared to $95. And the net realizable value or potential value of timber and firewood, which is this insurance in farmers' land holdings, also was $3,308. So farmers grew from absolute abject poverty to kotipatiyas. So watershed sustainability. The middle section of this photo is the forest garden. On the left was the reference forest, the natural forest, and this is the disturbed natural forest adjacent to another part of a land. So is it not easy, to say that the forest has not come back? It's there. So this is the corridor for movements of biodiversity in forested areas where you have people living in the forested mosaic. And Rani's forest garden was this biodiversity corridor between natural and undisturbed areas. The social values, Rani was extremely content with what had been achieved. She acknowledged that infiltration had increased, and this supported aquifer recharge of streams. Most farmers said that dry season water flow had increased, especially in downstream areas. So watershed rehabilitation reversed forest loss, increased livelihood security, obliterated poverty in Rani's household and in fact all the others, 52 gardens, and increased watershed sustainability. Thank you very much. Sorry, I went like a charging rain.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Melwani, for your presentation. And this paper is co-authored by Everett and Mols. They are also from the Neosynthesis Research Center, Sri Lanka. So that comes to the end of the 4 presentations, and
I think now it's the time for us to start the discussion. We had very informative and team-related 4 presentations. I think all 4 presentations are here in the head table. I'm sure the audience may be having many questions, clarifications regarding these presentations. So this is the time for you to raise your questions, any comments for the presenters. Please.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. Only that short question is the time constraint. This is from the first presenter that AWD is already introduced in 2000 in International Rice Research Institute in 2000, but it is, I think it is new for the Sri Lanka now after 25 years. The main thing is that AWD is increasing that nitrous oxide N2O. Because of that drying and wetting, it's happening with aerobic and anaerobic, that it increase the production of the N2O. So it is more powerful than CO2. That means that the trapping in heat. Did you consider this aspect?
Actually, the first point is true. Actually, it was introduced by IRI by 2002. Actually, it is not novel technologies for Sri Lanka. It is promoted by the Department of Agriculture. In my presentation, I mentioned that, but people hesitate to use because of there is some hesitate because they need to go to the field, peep into the pipe kind of things. So under this project, actually we tried to introduce novel technology to easy adaptation. The second point regarding the nitrous oxide, actually main thing is releasing nitrous oxide is the organic matter. So actually it is not the regarding the drying period, actually it's a matter of the organic matter in the soil. So the I think the balance of the organic matter and the drying period should be done, but in this experiment actually we have done in the field level very simple experiment. There we didn't study the nitrous oxide or the GHG emission study, but I hope to study it in further level. Anything?
The session because we have a time constraint. We have started a bit late. So let me once again thank the presenters and the audience for taking part, participating in this session, which is an important theme regarding in the Climate Action Symposium, where we'll have been taking many actions to mitigate as well as to address the climate issues all over the world. So let me once again thank you, the organizers of this symposium, these technical sessions, and that's the end of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all of the presenters, the co-chairpersons and the rapporteur for a very insightful and engaging session. We will now quickly move on to awarding the presenters' certificates. May I kindly invite our co-chairs, Dr. Mojit Aryaratna and Dr. K. Veligapolenge, to present the certificates, please. First, to Miss WMGD Vijay Sundara.
Sri Lanka's dry zone has long been the beating heart 325 per
Honorable Dr. Hadivi Amarasudiya, clear evidence that the climate is committed to the government of Sri Lanka for its strategic leadership and engagement across all ministries, to the United Nations Development Programme UNDP for its strong implementation role and long-standing partnership, to the research dedicated and scaled up. Bohoma Sutiti, thank you.
Very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. We will be commencing the event shortly, so I'd like to request everyone to take your respective seats.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you. We've come to the final chapter of the Climate Action Symposium 2025. And over the past 2 days, we've shared ideas, exchanged knowledge, and explored how innovation and collaboration can take Sri Lanka closer to climate resilience. And this session is all about looking back at the legacy we built together and looking ahead at the journey we must definitely continue. So with that, it's time for us to begin today's proceedings, and to formally welcome everyone present here this afternoon. I'd like to respectfully invite Dr. Susil Ranasinghe, Deputy Minister of Lands and Irrigation, to deliver the welcome address.
සුබ සන්ධාවයක් සියලු දෙනාටම වැව්ව මුහුදුව ව්‍යාපෘතිය ඒ වගේම GCF අකමුදල සහයෝගයෙන් අපේ රටේ ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන ව්‍යාපෘතීන් පිළිබඳ සාකච්ඡා කිරීම සඳහා තිබුණු මේ සමුළුවේ දෙවන දවස අද අවසානය සන්තුහන් කරන්නේ. අපි මේ ව්‍යාපෘතිය සහ මේ වැඩසටහන හරහා අතරම රටක් විදිහට අපි ගත යුතු දෑ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ගත යුතු දේවල් සම්බන්ධයෙන් මම හිතන්නේ අපි කතා කරා දැනුවත් වුණා. අපි අත්දැකීම් ලැබුවා විශේෂයෙන්ම වැව්ගම්පුදුව ව්‍යාපෘතිය හරහා අපේ විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ කැස්කේඩ් සිස්ටම් එක එහෙම නැත්නම් අපේ එල්ලංග පද්ධතියේ තිබුණු ඓතිහාසිකව අපිට උරුම වෙලා තියෙන පාරිසරික පද්ධතිය නැවත ප්‍රතිස්ථාපනය කිරීම සඳහා වෙච්ච දායකත්වය අපි නැවත අපේ දේවල් රැක ගැනීම සඳහා සහ ඒ දේවල් වලින් අපේ ජන සමාජයට සහ කෘෂි කර්මාන්තයට කොතෙක් දේවල් ගන්න පුළුවන්ද කියන එක සම්බන්ධයෙන් අපි දැනුවත් වුණා. විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ වැව්ගම්පුදුව ව්‍යාපෘතිය හරහා ප්‍රතිලාභ්‍ය ලැබුවන්ගෙන් අපේ ඈත දුප්පත් ගම්වල ගොවියන් ගෙවිලියන් අදහස් දැක්වුවා. ඔවුන්ගේ ප්‍රතිලාභ සම්බන්ධයෙන් සාකච්ඡා කරා. අපි හිතනවා අපිට තව දුරටත් ගමනක් යා යුතුව තියෙනවා. විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ පාරිසරික පැත්තෙන් ක්ලයිමේට් රෙසිලියන්ස් පැත්තෙන් අපිට යා යුතු දුරක් තිබෙනවා. විශේෂයෙන්ම කෘෂිකර්ම ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ බලශක්ති ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ වගේම පාරිසරික වගේම සංචාරක ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ නිසා මම හිතනවා මේ සමුළුව ඒ සම්බන්ධයෙන් අපිට විශේෂ දුරක් විවර කිරීම සඳහා ප්‍රයෝජනවත් වුණා කියලා. මේ ව්‍යාපෘති සඳහා අද ව්‍යාපෘති මේ වැඩසටහනේ අවසානයේ සඳහන් කරන මේ උල්ලේ විශේෂ ආරාධිත ලෙස මෙතන සහභාගී වෙන ශ්‍රී ලංකා ප්‍රජාතාන්ත්‍රික සමාජවාදී ජනරජයේ අග්‍රාමාත්‍යතුමිය, ඒ වගේම අග්‍රාමාත්‍ය ලේකම්තුමා, ඒ වගේම UNDP සංවිධානයේ නියෝජනය කරමින් මෙහි පැමිණි සියලු දෙනා, ඒ වගේම විවිධ ආයතන දෙපාර්තමේන්තු සහ විශ්වවිද්‍යාල නියෝජනය කරමින් මෙහි පැමිණි ආචාර්ය මහාචාර්යවරු ඇතුළු සියලු දෙනා ඉතාමත් ගෞරවයෙන් මම මේ අවස්ථාව සඳහා පිළිගන්නවා. ඒ වගේම මම හිතනවා මේ ආරම්භ කරපු සාකච්ඡාව මේ දරපු වෙහෙස අපේ රටේ අනාගතයට ඉදිරියට සෑහෙන විශාල දායකත්වයක් සැපයීම සඳහා වෙච්ච ආරම්භයක් සන්තුහයි කරයි කියලා කියන මගේ අදහසත් ප්‍රකාශ කරමින් නැවත වතාවක් ඔබ සියලු දෙනාම මේ අවස්ථාව සඳහා ඉතාමත් ගෞරවයෙන් පිළිගන්නවා. බොහොම ස්තුතියි.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි ගෞරවනීය ජ්‍යාමතිතුමා. Thank you very much. And we now turn to the policy recommendations aimed at scaling up the lessons learned from the Climate Resilient Integrated Water Management Project. This joint presentation will be delivered by Professor Buddhima Rambe and Professor Jivika Veeraheva from the University of Peradeniya.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, all other dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Prime Minister, we have heard a lot of good things about this CRIWMP project starting from yesterday morning. University of Peradeniya is a happy partner to this entity, to this event, on two folds actually. We were originally not academic partners of this project. We were invited and we happily joined the activities towards the latter part of the project period in two folds. We supported this overall program. Number one is being the academic partner of this conference. The Faculty of Agriculture and Faculty of Engineering of University of Peradeniya, its academia, joined hands with the project partners, the project leaders here, and made sure the technical contents that were presented in this conference over the past 2 days were upgraded to a level that those can be presented in a conference and later can be used as validated scientific data when Sri Lanka wants further develop project proposals of this nature. And that will be a massive advantage for the country, because every time, Madam Prime Minister, when the Green Climate Fund requires a proposal, that had to be supported with scientifically backed data. And here we are, 70 scientifically valid presentations being done in these 2 days, so that information can be used for future development of the projects. That's number one. Number two, the Faculty of Agriculture at University of Peradeniya was invited by the project to be an independent evaluator to look at the success as well as the progress of the project before the final evaluation takes place by the GCF. So, Madam Prime Minister, the Faculty of Agriculture took this challenge and decided to embark on this activity and do a desk review plus on-ground assessment in all 7 project districts to assess the progress. And we are here today to summarize those presentations, summarize the overall activity that we did, and also give you the policy recommendations so that you can carry forward in future developments of the country. And to do that, Honourable Prime Minister, this is not a one-man or one-woman show when it comes to this assessment activity that we conducted. It was a sheer teamwork with a large number of research assistants taking part. And to do the honours at this stage, let me now invite the lead who did that assessment on behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Jivika Veeraheva, to make that presentation.
Thank you, Professor Marambe, for that introduction. Honorable Prime Minister, Deputy Minister of Land and Irrigation, Secretaries of Ministries, ladies and gentlemen. So let me share with you what we did and what we found and what policy recommendations that we are giving you today. Okay. CRIWMP project is now known to everybody. But this is started 7 years back when the infrastructure, information flows, technologies, institutions, and governance were not adequate in the dry zone districts of Sri Lanka. So CRIWMP project rehabilitated village irrigation systems, provided with advisory, and provided climate smart technologies, developed enterprises, provided safe drinking water, and strengthened community organizations. So we were asked to evaluate the outcomes and impacts of these interventions. So in order to facilitate this evaluation, we did a comprehensive desk review. We conducted interviews among 890 households in 8 cascades. We conducted 48 FGDs, 49 KIIs, key informant interviews, and focus group discussions. And we did transect walks in 4 cascades, 28 PRAs, and documented 22 success stories. The data were analyzed using a variety of tools, including quantitative techniques and qualitative techniques. And one of the novel features of our analysis is that we used machine learning as an evaluation tool. And we found lots of good and success of the outcomes and impacts of the project. We found that at the household level, agriculture productivity enhanced, leading to food security, and households improved access to water, and the functionality of agromet devices improved, which led to water security and preparedness respectively. And when we analyzed communities who benefited from these interventions, we found that a large number of communities enhanced their absorptive capacity to shocks, and some showed evidence of improvements in adaptive capacity, and the entire community was into a transformation. So this is the main expected outcome, and we understood that it was happening. And one of the key features of our analysis was its diversity. We looked at different groups of men and women, young and older, farmers and those who are having issues with health, like CKDU affected people, and those who are in remote locations, and those who are having very good functioning community organizations, and those who were having good access to water, meaning living close to the tank. And also we looked at the situation with respect to different ethnic groups, and also farmers not knowing what the rights to the lands that they cultivate. So we had this diversity, and this helped us to see our findings in a very careful manner to isolate what drove the success of the CRIWMP project. And we also understood why certain efforts were not so successful. So if you look at the infrastructures developed in the project districts, we found that this was an utter successful attempt. Of course, when you rehabilitate a tank, thousands of people benefit. And the project installed rainwater harvesting systems, RO plants, rain gauges, and I think the government should continue to support this kind of projects, and in fact, it is recommended to establish a national fund to promote this kind of activities in our government arms. Of course, the project will come to an end in 2 months, but these efforts should continue, and this is one of the biggest success stories of the project. And secondly, the type of technologies that were established and initiated by the project team. And we found that these technologies are very much appropriate to the system. Partly they are traditional, partly they are sophisticated, and we saw that farmers benefiting quite a lot from alternative wetting and drying technologies, RO plants, disaster management systems. In projects, we should look for this kind of technologies. So when approving projects, it is advisable to look at the types of technologies that the project designers are including in their proposals, because we know that these are the success stories, and these successes should continue. And the third aspect that I would like to highlight is the way that the project engaged with the community. And they have established a number of organizations, strengthened existing organizations. Some of the examples are cascade management committees and also water committees. These are very successful endeavors. However, with the end of project, these things may not function the way that we anticipate them. So it is important that we give legal recognition to these entities, and we have to look at the financing mechanisms that they are having, and the targeted capacity development is needed. And once the project leaves, the government will have to take care of these aspects, otherwise we will not see the benefits in future. And we also noticed that the project had very close relationships with various government institutes, including Ministry of Irrigation, Department of Agriculture, Department of Meteorology, and then Water Board likewise. And they built capacity of the government workers, and we understood that the relationships were very cordial. But if we do not invest on these activities, of course, there will not be a continuation. So I think we can very easily incorporate these good or successful ventures into existing government extension, irrigation, and met services. And these are to be done in a conscious manner. Otherwise, with the project, some of these things may fade away. If you do not sustain the livelihoods of the project beneficiaries, of course, you cannot say that the benefits would be sustainable. So not only in this project, but also in any development project, economic incentives are the keys. So this project, in fact, provided lots of benefits at the farm level, and we understood that they had started developing value chains through various means, by promoting high-value agriculture, by connecting farmers with value chains, and by giving them some support for marketing and all that. But these are small initiatives, and these should be scaled up and scaled out. And for that, the government will have to think of some sustainable ways. So we recommend that the government should take over the activities initiated by the project, and we all will have to scale up high-value agriculture, value addition, and value chain development alongside with off and non-farm opportunities. So we kind of tend to think that we should invest only on agriculture, but even to sustain agriculture, we will have to diversify our efforts. So building on off-farm and non-farm activities is a key to alleviate poverty and improve food security. And lastly, but not at a least level, I would say that having a good monitoring and evaluation system is needed. Of course, now there are various tools, scientific tools, for monitoring and evaluation of development projects. So we managed to apply some of those tools. But what we felt was that if these tools were instilled at the beginning of the project, the exercise would have been easier. So not only for this project, but also for any project, it is important that we think about the way that we monitor and evaluate projects at the very beginning, and that will certainly lead to success. So with that, on behalf of our team, I would like to thank you all for patience listening.
Thank you very much, Professor, for taking us through the journey of this project and also highlighting the key findings as well. Thank you so much, Honorable Prime Minister, distinguished guests, and everyone present here. This journey was not just a very simple, short journey. 7 long years to get here. In several districts, many people involved, a lot of hard work, and a lot of achievements, and people did have a little bit of fun as well in the meantime. So we will be focusing on the journey, the achievements, and the transformative impact of the project across Sri Lanka's dry zone right now through this beautiful video. It's 7 years of CRIWMP's legacy for you.
Sri Lanka's dry zone has long been the beating heart of our rural economy. But today, climate change brings new and profound challenges. Scarce water, uncertain harvest, vulnerable communities. The question we faced was simple but urgent. How do we build resilience? The Climate Resilient Integrated Water Management Project, CRIWMP, offered an answer. Together with the government, partners and communities, we created lasting change. 325 cascades restored, 25,000 hectares of farmland revitalized. Over 1 million Sri Lankans empowered with climate-smart water and livelihood solutions. Farmers now cultivate with confidence. Women lead community water committees. Ecosystems are restored. Hope is renewed. But numbers tell only part of the story. The true legacy lives in the voices of our people.
මින් ඉදිරියට ජලය අපිට ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෙවෙයි. මොකද කාන්තාවන් විදිහට අපි සවි බල ගැන්විලා තියෙනවා.
ලැබිච්ච පුහුණුවත් එක්ක කෘෂි කර්මාන්තය කියන්නේ කරන්න අමාරු දෙයක් නෙමෙයි, කරන්න ආස හිතන දෙයක්.
එක කන්නක් වැඩ කරපු අපි මේ වෙද්දි කන්න දෙකක් වැඩ කරලා අතරමැදි කන්නකුත් වැඩ කරගෙන යනවා.
These voices remind us resilience is not built in offices or plans. It is built in the lives of our farmers, our women, and our youth. CRIWMP is more than a project. It has become a model for Sri Lanka's future. Its lessons are now guiding the creation of a national master plan for climate resilient rural development. With the support of our partners GCF, UNDP, and others, Sri Lanka is turning resilience into transformation. From cascades to communities, from pilot initiatives to national policy, we are shaping a path towards sustainable rural development. As we close the Climate Action Symposium 2025, we do so with pride and with purpose. A legacy of resilience has been built. Now, we transform it into a national vision. Together, the government, partners and people, we move forward, united for a climate-resilient Sri Lanka.
Seven years of hard work, and we are here. Why not a round of applause for all the effort? And now, to guide us through the key findings, outcomes, and the proposed way forward emerging from this symposium, may I now invite Dr. Buddhika Hapuarachi, Program and Policy Specialist and Team Lead, Climate and Environment, UNDP Sri Lanka, to take the stage.
afternoon, and thank you very much for that kind introduction. Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister of Land and Irrigation, Honorable Secretary to the Prime Minister's Secretariat, Ms. Asusa Kubota, Resident Representative, UNDP, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, and partners. First of all, thank you very much for giving this opportunity, and Professor Marambe and Professor Jivika actually made my life easy in summarizing what we discussed during these 2 days. A marathon of events. We usually see in a knowledge management session, a very linear agenda, but we had multiple parallel discussions, so it had been difficult to summarize everything to few minutes, summary presentation. But to do the justice to all the discussions, I have identified 4 key recommendations drawing out from these discussions. So as we conclude the Climate Action Symposium, I'm honored to present these key findings and outcomes of our collective efforts, and to outline a way forward that aligns with the Sri Lanka's national vision for climate resilience and rural development. In these the videos and all these discussions, we felt the climate externalities, the climate vulnerability of the country, so I'm not going to repeat it. But in this context, in these climate externalities and the climate vulnerabilities that our communities are facing, which has become a day-to-day battle, to survive, to continue their livelihoods. During the last 7 years, and especially during the last 2 days in this symposium, the one thing that have reaffirmed is the resilience lies at the very specifically the climate actions and all these lies within our communities. That's the clear message we got again and again in these discussions. The experience shared by community members during yesterday's, there were community members from all 7 districts. 6 made some, remarks during the opening ceremony, and as also documented across all thematic sessions, highlight the transformative impact of social mobilization, knowledge sharing and empowerment, and we look at 3 different strategies. Engagement of communities, knowledge sharing and educating them, and empowerment. These are not just strategies. They are the foundation for resilience and sustainable development. At every stage, CRIWMP has engaged communities as true partners, as you may have witnessed firsthand yesterday. We have approached this engagement with conscious and intentional effort to ensure inclusivity regardless of gender, ethnicity, religion, caste, or disabilities, or the abilities or disabilities of these communities. Through patient dialogue, we have bridged the gap between external expertise and local knowledge, empowering local communities to make informed decisions for their own future. Our work has been strengthened by close collaboration with civil society organizations. Let me mention them. I don't want to, that basically they will not go unnoticed. Those are Janata Action Guaranteed Limited, Farm Foundation Community Development Guaranteed Limited, Sri Lanka Red Cross Society, and South Asia Partnership Sri Lanka, whose grassroots network and expertise have served as the bridge in between the authorities and the communities, reaching the most vulnerable and amplifying local voices. When there are gaps, when the government machinery is not in a position to reach out, these were the mechanisms who help us to reach out to these most vulnerable and marginalized communities in all these 7 districts. After 7 years of sustained investment, we now have the necessary machinery on the ground to deliver climate action and impact at scale. One that is trusted and beloved by the communities in all these 7 districts. Across all sessions, the call from communities and stakeholders is clear. Utilize this machinery to deliver transformative results. The CRIWMP model and its implementation mechanism stands ready to be leveraged for national impact, ensuring that no one is left behind. So the first recommendation from this symposium is leverage the robust implementation mechanism and adaptation expertise developed through the CRIWMP. After 7 years of sustained investment, CRIWMP has established a proven, inclusive, and community-driven system capable of reaching the most vulnerable and marginalized communities and mobilizing action at scale. By utilizing this existing machinery, Sri Lanka can rapidly accelerate climate adaptation and rural development, ensuring that resources and solutions reach communities efficiently, leaving no one behind. This approach not only maximizes the return on past investments, but also positions Sri Lanka to deliver measurable, transformative impact nationwide. Next, what is evident is the scale of potential of this project, and I think it has also come out from Professor Jivika's presentation. Currently, CRIWMP covers 20 cascades and in all these 7 districts, and we know the statistics about the number of cascades available in this country. It's just less than 5% of all the cascades in this country. The evidence presented across the research and thematic areas, as well as the voices of stakeholders and communities throughout this symposium, has made one message resoundingly clear. CRIWMP must be scaled up. We have a model that can be scaled up, and we have to look into that. This call for expansion has also come from the Honorable Minister yesterday, who made a very strong remarks on the potential of scaling up this particular model. This has also come from the communities who have directly experienced the benefits of this approach. Hence, this is a tried, tested, and proven model in place. The results are clear, and the demand for broader impact is urgent. This is particularly relevant for the National Rural Development Program. The CRIWMP model offers a ready-made, field-tested mechanism to deliver the Praja Shakti vision and accelerate rural transformation. We, in fact, had a separate parallel discussion together with the Honorable Minister of the relevant ministry and all the key stakeholders. By utilizing this established platform, Sri Lanka can ensure that successful interventions reach every vulnerable community, maximizing the return on investment and delivering tangible results at scale. So the second recommendation is expand the reach of CRIWMP proven interventions, leveraging robust field evidence to inform national policy and resource allocation. Prioritize integrated multi-level planning, linking local, provincial, and national actors to achieve the SDGs at scale. The machinery and expertise are in place. Now is the time to act decisively and deliver impact for all Sri Lankans beyond these 7 districts. Another key point that has emerged across these 2 days has been the topic of youth. I know this is going to be a sensitive topic, but this has come again and again during these 2 days and over the last 7 years. Data from CRIWMP and this symposium highlights a pressing demographic challenge. Sri Lanka's farming population is aging, with a significant decline in youth engagement. We had to go one extra mile to encourage, incentivize youth participation in these programs. We have seen a significant decline in youth engagement, a trend driven by young people seeking jobs outside agricultural or nature-dependent livelihoods. Especially young women in particular are increasingly drawn to non-agricultural livelihoods. Professor Jivika mentioned that there are certain positive elements of these things, but this is something that we have to very carefully look at, which often offer very limited long-term benefits to themselves or the country. This age shift is deeply concerning for a nation so reliant on agriculture. If we are to move towards a production economy and as well as for the food security of the country, continue adapting to climate change and deliver on national priorities such as Prajashakti and digitalization, we must act now to engage the next generation. There's no other option other than encouraging them and make all possible avenues to ensure that youth are here in this process. To deliver impact at scale, it is essential to enhance investment and expand access to technology and financing. Honorable Deputy Minister, you mentioned this in a previous occasion also. When technology and financing is there, youth follows. So that is very, very specific thing that came out in this program as well as during these 2 days. Rural development and climate adaptation hinge on these enablers. Sri Lanka cannot afford to be left behind as the world moves forward. So this brings to the third recommendation from this 2-day symposium. Create targeted opportunities for youth participation, from digital skills training to leadership in climate financing. Prioritize investments that make technology and financing accessible to young people, empowering them to become leaders in climate adaptation and rural transformation. Digitalization and data integration are foundational for future fit development and for attracting the next generation of change makers. By investing in youth, technology, and mobilizing innovative climate finance, we secure the sustainability and resilience of Sri Lanka's rural communities for tomorrow. Last but not least, CRIWMP approach in blending ancient wisdom with modern science has emerged as a highlight. This has been a top topic in all discussions. CRIWMP's work bridges the wisdom of our ancestors with modern science, blending traditional resilience systems with contemporary climate science to create a scalable, replicable model for climate resilient rural transformation. Traditionally, Sri Lanka's rural landscapes were governed by integrated socio-ecological systems that balance productivity with ecological resilience. That is what we have seen. However, development approaches have increasingly treated these landscapes as single-purpose production zones, not as multi-dimensional ecosystems, undermining their adaptive capacity. To ensure rural systems remain resilient and relevant in the face of evolving climate and development challenges, there is a pressing need to modernize traditional socio-ecological strengths through a locally led, science-informed approach. A critical enabler for this transformation is the institutionalization of robust, data-driven climate advisories. It had been a major game changer in this particular endeavor. CRIWMP has demonstrated the value of integrating local knowledge with real-time climate data to provide actionable, context-specific guidance to communities. By scaling up and institutionalizing agrometeorological or agromet advisory services, Sri Lanka can empower farmers and rural communities to make informed decisions that govern their lives and livelihoods. Timely, accurate, and accessible climate information is not a luxury, but a necessity for survival and resilience. So my final recommendation, drawing from the deliberation of these 2 days, is institutionalize frameworks for data integration and sharing across institutions, with a special focus on establishing and sustaining agromet advisory service in every district. This will foster transparency, evidence-based decision-making, and timely climate advisories that are accessible to everyone. Embedding climate adaptation at the core of rural development planning through a blend of traditional wisdom and modern science not only safeguards livelihoods and food systems, but also ensures that communities themselves are empowered to take control of their futures, especially their own resources, even in the face of escalating climate threats. Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, and distinguished officials, so if I summarize, social mobilization is the engine of resilience. Scaling up is the essential for national transformation of this particular model, especially when there is a tried, tested model like CRIWMP is available. Youth engagement is our bridge to the future. Integrating ancient wisdom with modern science is our compass to guide all of us in moving forward. The CRIWMP experience stands as a testament to what is possible when communities, government, and partners work together. As we look to the future, I look to you to take these lessons forward and champion their integration into Sri Lanka's development agenda. UNDP stands ready to support the government and our partners every step of the way. Let us transform these insights into action, ensuring a climate-resilient future for all Sri Lankans. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Buddhika. And now I would like to invite Ms. Azusa Kubota, Resident Representative of UNDP Sri Lanka, to share her reflections on the journey ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Secretary to the Prime Minister, all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I was told that we have very little time, so let me try to be brief because Buddhika, my colleague, has covered extensively. But once again, good afternoon, and over the past 2 days, we have witnessed extraordinary convergence of expertise, experience, and commitment across government institutions, development partners, international, national academia, civil society, and most importantly, the communities who have been at the heart of the journey, CRIWMP journey, but I rather call it Vevgem Pugdwa journey. As I reflect on the past 2 days, I'm really touched by the ownership demonstrated by the community members in driving tangible results and how they have a very special relationship with the project team that has managed to build a mutual trust and created a platform of mutual respect with the communities. As the Honorable Minister of Agriculture said yesterday during the opening session, the community's love for the project has been key for success and will be key for sustaining the impact. While it was designed as a climate adaptation project focused on building resilience amongst the vulnerable smallholder agriculture communities, its most remarkable achievement probably is a unifying platform created across sectors, institutions, and stakeholders. It certainly fosters seamless coordination amongst national and subnational agencies and the spirit of cross-thematic collaboration. And this has been evident throughout its implementation. The project was not only about bringing water to the communities or introducing smart agriculture. It was about investing in a holistic, integrated package of solutions for rural development and poverty reduction. We saw sectoral integration and, most importantly, partnerships across ministries, disciplines, and communities. And we know breaking the barriers is not easy. A multi-dimensional approach is needed to tackle dimensional vulnerabilities created by climate change. And this project has proven that. The convergence of diversity, coupled with the project's foundational work in building adaptive capacity through integrated water management, agricultural diversification, and community strengthening, created precisely the infrastructure and social capital needed to mount an effective response during the economic crisis. New elements, such as poultry, renewable energy, and financial literacy, and social protection were introduced and added onto the platform, demonstrating that resilience is not static, but dynamic and must be responsive to the evolving needs of the communities. At every stage, the project made a conscious and intentional effort to ensure inclusivity, as mentioned by Boudica, be it regarding gender, ethnicity, religion, caste, or disability. And the project placed a strong focus on empowering women-led households, youth, and persons with disabilities. At the side event of the Climate Action Symposium this morning, we launched a very unique, first-of-its-kind report in Sri Lanka, the Gender Responsive Climate Security Assessment, which clearly showed that climate impacts are deeply gendered. It reflected the voices of women walking miles for water, youth disillusioned with agriculture, persons with disabilities and families, navigating compounded risks and climate shocks with limited support and no decision-making power. We must move beyond vulnerability narrative to recognize women, youth, and other vulnerable members of the communities not as victims, but as agents of resilience. And we must design solutions that empower them. And this is what this project did. Water is a powerful development enabler. Through this project, it has become a foundation or fountain of possibilities for livelihoods, for digital innovation, for community empowerment. Above all, this project is much bigger than any single intervention. It is about the power of partnership, the courage to innovate, and the determination to act for a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future. Much has already been said about the success of the project, but let me highlight again that over 1,000 hectares of degraded lands are thriving again. 50,000 paddy farmers have adopted climate-smart techniques, reducing water use by 30%, increasing yields by 25%, and turning one harvest into 3 productive seasons. And 20 cascade management committees now lead local water governance, resolving nearly 90% of resource conflicts and reviving ancient water sharing wisdom. It has reached over 1.2 million people who now enjoy access to safe water. Locally and globally, financing challenges are at the heart of the development crisis. Unmet financing needs for SDGs and climate action are estimated to be in trillions of dollars annually. Yet the costs of inaction, both economic and social, would be far higher still. And if we look at the SDG financing gap, we do not have the luxury of reinventing the wheel. This project is testament to the power of localized action and the foresight of climate-smart development. Echoing the recommendation from the symposium, our humble hope is that the model tested and tried under the project will serve as a foundation for impact at scale, a model that can be used as an effective vehicle to deliver rural development, one that can be leveraged to deliver Project Sakti. With that, on behalf of UNDP, I extend my deep gratitude to the government of Sri Lanka and its leadership. I don't have time to thank everyone because we are running late, but let me also thank Green Climate Fund, chief secretaries, governors, subnational and local authorities of the past and present, community members, civil society organization, and let me once again, the Ministry of Agriculture has been a wonderful partner. I know the project has had some patchy past. When I first came, we had massive work to pick up on the implementation. We did it. So thank you so much for making me very proud, a humble partner, And I would like to thank the communities once again themselves who open their homes, share their struggles, and embrace this project with trust, determination, and love. Your resilience and partnership are the true foundation of everything we have achieved together. Thank you so much for your inspiration, and thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for gracing the occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Azusa Kubota, Resident Representative of UNDP, Sri Lanka. May I now invite Honorable Dr. Harini Amarasuriya, Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Minister, Excellencies, delegates, members of academia, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Good afternoon. It is indeed a privilege to address you this evening at the closing ceremony of the Climate Action Symposium. Over the past 2 days, this symposium has brought together scholars, practitioners, policymakers, and community representatives to consider a critical question for our nation: how we adapt to climate change and secure our future through resilient water and agricultural systems. Sri Lanka is a country with fertile land, abundant rainfall, and a hydraulic civilization that extends back more than 2 millennia. The indigenous tank cascade systems, and I understand yesterday the Honorable Minister had asked us not to use the term tank because it conveys such a cold technical term, whereas our weather is something much more. So our weather, built by our ancestors, remind us that balance between people, water, and the environment is not a new goal, but a legacy we must protect. Today, as we face the challenges of climate change, extended droughts, erratic rainfall, floods, and the vulnerabilities of smallholder farmers, it is the same spirit of ingenuity and resilience that must guide us. One example of this is the Climate Resilient Integrated Water Management Project, known as CRIWMP. And since 2017, this project has directly benefited more than 780,000 people and indirectly reached over 1.1 million across the Malwatuoya, Yarnoya, and Mioya river basins. Sri Lanka's climate finance needs are closely linked to its broader development trajectory. The country's vulnerability to climate shocks directly threatens economic stability, food security, and livelihoods. Meeting its NDC mitigation targets alone requires nearly $11 billion, while transitioning and adapting the economy will demand $7 billion annually until 2050. Under the Climate Prosperity Plan, which assumes greater ambition for transition and adaptation, the cumulative additional investment required is projected at $60.9 billion by 2030. As Sri Lanka moves towards NDC 3.0 with increased ambition, it is clear that efforts to mobilize climate finance at scale must be intensified. To this end, the National Climate Finance Strategy 2025-2030, recently approved by the Cabinet of Ministers, provides a clear framework to mobilize, access, and channel resources for adaptation and mitigation. The strategy identifies pathways for Sri Lanka to secure funding for climate action and outlines the enabling environment required to implement these solutions, specifying where and how they can be applied. This marks a milestone, positioning Sri Lanka to systematically leverage international support and scale up domestic investments. The government of Sri Lanka's policy priorities are well placed to leverage this momentum. Our focus areas include adaptation in rural development, integrating climate resilience into the Prajashakti National Rural Development Program, building on lessons from this project, the CRIWMP Pubuduwa. Sustainable agriculture and water security, which requires expanding climate-smart agriculture, cascade management, and water governance reforms. Ecosystem-based adaptation, restoring forests, wetlands, and watersheds to mitigate climate impacts. Disaster risk reduction and early warning, strengthening preparedness and community-based response systems, just transition and green growth, promoting renewable energy, green jobs, and inclusive development. Allow me to highlight 3 reflections that I believe should guide us beyond this symposium. First, the centrality of integrated water management. Water is not merely a resource. It underpins our food systems, public health, and economic resilience. The integrated cascades approach demonstrated by CRIWMP Pubuduwa should now inform broader river basin management policies across the country. Second, the role of communities in resilience. Top-down policies alone will not secure our future. True resilience emerges when local communities, especially women and youth, and we heard how youth are moving away from agriculture, are empowered to manage resources, adopt climate-smart agriculture, and innovate with their livelihoods. Thirdly, the necessity of sustained investment and knowledge sharing. Climate change is not a challenge that can be addressed within the lifespan of a single project. The knowledge generated through CRIWMP Pubuduwa must be institutionalized, replicated, and scaled. Sri Lanka must continue to invest in climate-resilient agriculture, water infrastructure, and digital technologies for early warning and resource planning. Equally important, we should share our lessons with other countries in the region and learn from their experiences, contributing to the global discourse on transformative climate adaptation. And I'm so pleased to see so many academics here and the partnership with the University of Peradeniya, the Faculty of Agriculture and the Faculty of Engineering, which I think would be a really great model for us to take these lessons beyond our shores. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this symposium, Food, Water and Climate Security through Integrated Local Water Management, Lessons Learned, is highly relevant at this moment in history. Around the world, nations are grappling with the complex intersections of climate change, food security, and sustainable livelihoods. In Sri Lanka, through the experience of CRIWMP Pubuduwa, we have shown that with the right partnerships between government, international agencies, and local communities, we can pioneer solutions that are both nationally significant and globally relevant. Looking ahead, our government remains committed to building on these achievements. We will continue to mainstream climate resilience into national policies, strengthen intersectoral coordination, and promote investment in sustainable agriculture and water management. Importantly, we will keep people, our farmers, women, and youth at the center of these strategies because resilience must be inclusive to be sustainable. Before concluding, I wish to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Land and Irrigation, to UNDP and the University of Peradeniya for convening this dialogue, and to all distinguished participants whose expertise and commitment have enriched this symposium. I would also like to acknowledge the support of the Green Climate Fund, whose financing has enabled the success of CRIWMP Pubuduwa. While we have reached the closing of this symposium, in truth, this is not an ending, but a beginning. Allow me to digress a little from my prepared remarks. I am an anthropologist, and stories interest me. So much more than how the cascade system affects our irrigation or agriculture, what touched me was this collection, Ripples, which documents the stories of the lives of people, of our communities linked with the cascade system. In our government, we have several ministers, including our Deputy Minister who is present here today, the Minister for Agriculture, and the President himself, who have grown up around these water systems, whose lives were bound with these water systems. I myself have been privileged to hear their stories. Many years ago, Minister Lal Kanta sat me down one day and explained to me how the water system, he grew up near Kalawewa, I think, yes? Sorry, Nuwarawewa, I'm sorry. He'll be very upset with me for getting my Wewers mixed up. He grew up near Nuwarawewa, and he explained to me how their lives paralleled the ebb and flow of the Nuwarawewa. How with seasonal changes, how their agriculture practices adapted, how what they ate also adapted to the changing practices or the changing shape and the changing rhythm of the Wewa. The Wewa is not a static thing. It ebbs and flows. There are times when it's full, when the way it's used is very different, to times when it is dry and the water volume is less. The flora and the fauna that grow around each Wewa. Most importantly, the lifestyles that it nourishes. Our Wewas are not just systems of irrigation or engineering feats. They are closely linked to the lives of our people, to the hearts of our people, and to their very existence. So when we are protecting these, we are not just protecting a livelihood. We are not just looking at what it means to monetize these resources. This is about the lives of our people. This is about the traditions. This is about the culture that we grew up in. This is something that is very close to our hearts. So I think when we talk of Sri Lanka, when we talk about Sigiriya and we talk about all our other monuments, it is often easy to not talk about cascades. We don't talk about cascades, and we don't talk about that system as also something that is so much a part of our heritage, so much a part of who we are. If you look at how our ancient kingdoms functioned and how they were organized, water was very much a part of their lives, their rhythm of life. Water games was not something that is new to us. All our ponds in Anuradhapura, all of these were also sites of leisure, sites of play, water sports. So from the beginning, this is very much a part of our heritage, and I think that is why this project is particularly important, because it's restoring not just livelihoods and resources and engineering feats, but it's restoring a cultural legacy, a heritage, and something that is close to the hearts of people. And that is why these stories are also immensely important, because our Wewas, our cascade systems, are also stories about our people, our communities, and our lives. So thank you for this project, and I really hope that it will continue, that it will become, that the lessons learned from this project will be carried forward, and that we can truly use the learnings from this project to preserve, protect, and strengthen a very important part of our heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister, for that very thought-provoking and touching address. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for us to move on to a very beautiful cultural performance.
In homage of the Lord Buddha and his teachings, witness the angels and kings up above in the heavens dance as a blessing, an expression of respect to his philosophy. Presented to you by the best of Sri Lankan talent, Rangagamage Performing Arts Foundation.
Thank you very much once again for that absolutely beautiful cultural performance. Another round of applause for them. That was really lovely. And we are now honored to hear from Mr. Henry Gonzalez, Chief Investment Officer from our indispensable funding partner, the Green Climate Fund.
Honorable Dr. Harini Amarasuriya, Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Dr. Susil Ranasinghe, Deputy Minister of Lands and Irrigation, Mr. D.P. Vikramisinghe, Secretary to the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Land and Irrigation, distinguished representatives from government, development partners, academia, and civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a true privilege to join you virtually in the closing session of a highly productive and forward-looking symposium. I've learned that the sessions over the past 2 days have provided clear evidence that the climate-resilient integrated water management project has delivered results far beyond its original targets. The findings also confirm lasting institutional developments and strengthens community resilience. A model of integrated climate action. What distinguishes CRIWMP is that it did not approach water, agriculture, ecosystems in isolation. It brought together ministries, research institutions, local authorities, and communities under a coherent framework. This systemic integrated approach is precisely what is required to address the complex climate challenge of our time. This project has now matured into a reference point, not only for Sri Lanka, but for the wider Asia-Pacific region. We hope that the lessons drawn here will inform future climate action and replication across the region. As the world's largest climate fund for developing countries, with over $18 billion committed across 315 projects, the Green Climate Fund plays a strategic role globally and regionally. We support developing countries in responding effectively to climate change while mobilizing finance at scale. GCF's approach emphasizes 1. Country-led action, supporting national priorities and ownership. 2. Capacity building, strengthening the ability to design and implement climate strategies. 3. Balanced investment, ensuring that adaptation and mitigation actions progress in parallel. 4th, direct access, empowering national entities to channel climate finance. 5, support to the most vulnerable, prioritizing people and communities most at risk from climate impacts. I would like to reiterate 3 areas in which the Green Climate Fund remains committed to working with Sri Lanka. First, institutional frameworks and capacity building for climate action. Supporting Sri Lanka in establishing robust national and provincial frameworks through focused readiness assistance to implement its national strategies effectively. Second, scaling climate investments, deepening cooperation beyond this project, including that other ongoing funded adaptation projects are implemented successfully and delivering sustained benefits and impacts. We are working to strengthen direct access through DFCC Bank, exploring transformational financing to mobilize both public and private capital for adaptation and mitigation. Thirdly, showcasing Sri Lanka's climate leadership. Together with the Ministry of Environment, we plan to host the GCF Regional Dialogue for South and East Asia in Sri Lanka, providing a platform to share lessons, best practices, and innovation with other countries. On behalf of the Green Climate Fund, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to the government of Sri Lanka for its strategic leadership and engagement across all ministries, to the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, for its strong implementation role and long-standing partnership, to the research and academic community for providing evidence that strengthens accountability and learning, and most importantly, the communities and local actors whose ownership ensures the results we celebrate today are lasting. As we conclude, let me emphasize that this is not just a symposium and is not the end of a transition, but this is an opportunity of knowledge to be replicated and scaled up. The Green Climate Fund will continue to stand beside Sri Lanka as it advances its climate resilient and low carbon development. Bohoma Sutiti, thank you.
That was a message from the Chief Investment Officer of Green Climate Fund, Mr. Henry Gonzalez. And with that, to formally conclude the session and the symposium, may I now invite the National Project Director, Engineer Chandana Ediri Surya, to propose the vote of thanks.
සුබ සන්ධ්‍යාවක් වේවා. මෙම ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ක්ලයිමේට් ඇක්ෂන් සිම්පෝසියම් එකේ අවසාන දිනේ අවසාන මොහොතට සමීප වෙන අපිට විශේෂයෙන් මගේ කාර්යභාරයේ තියෙන්නේ ස්තුති කරන්න කලින්ම මේ අපි අවසාන වශයෙන් අපි හැමෝම මේක අවසානයක් ලෙස නැතුව සියලු දෙනාම එක්ව ක්ලයිමේට් ඇක්ෂන් එක වෙනුවෙන් අපි මේකේ ක්ලයිමේට් ඇක්ෂන් කියලාම තියෙන්නේ ඉදිරියට ක්‍රියාකාරකම් හැටියටම යම් අයුරකින් හෝ සම්බන්ධ වෙලා කටයුතු කරමු කියන කතාවත් කියමින් මගේ ස්තුතිය කිසිම පළවෙනියට කියන නම ඊළඟ කෙනාට වඩා වැඩියෙන් ඉම්ප්‍රූව් කරා කියන එකක් නෙවෙයි. අපි පිළිවෙලට අපි සාමාන්‍ය විදියට සියලු දෙනාගේම දායකත්වයක් අපිට ලැබිලා තියෙනවා. ඒ නිසා අපි මතක් කළොත් විශේෂයෙන් මේ අවස්ථාව අපිට සාර්ථක කරගන්න විශේෂයෙන්ම හම්බුනේ ගරු අග්‍රාමාත්‍යතුමිය එතුමියගේ නිහතමානී පැමිණීම ඒ වගේම ගරු ලාල්කාන්ත ඇමතුමන් අපගේ අමාත්‍යතුමා එතුමා මේ වැඩසටහන සහ ව්‍යාපෘතියේ කටයුතු වලට ඍජුවම සම්බන්ධ වෙමින් අපිට දෙන දායකත්වය ඒ වගේම පරිසර අමාත්‍යාංශයේ අමාත්‍යතුමා පටබැඳි මැතිතුමන් එතුමා අපට ලබා දෙන නායකත්වය ඒ වගේම නියෝජ්‍ය අමාත්‍යතුමන් සුසිල් රණසිංහ මැතිතුන් සහ සෙසු සියලුම අමාත්‍යවරුන් සහ ප්‍රාදේශීය මට්ටමේ නායකයින් අපිට ලබා දෙන දායකත්වය ඒ වගේම අපේ මේ කාර්යය විශේෂයෙන් සිම්පෝසියම් එක සහ අනිකුත් මීට බැඳිච්ච කටයුතු වලදී සිනාමුසු මොහොනින් අපිට උදව් කරපු අපේ අග්‍රාමාත්‍ය ලේකම්තුමා ජනාධිපති ලේකම් කාර්යාලයේ කාර්ය මණ්ඩලය සහ අග්‍රාමාත්‍ය ලේකම් කාර්යාලයේ කාර්ය මණ්ඩලය මේ සිම්පෝසියම් එක මේ ආකාරයට සාර්ථක වෙන්නේ ව්‍යාපෘතිය සාර්ථක වෙච්ච නිසා ව්‍යාපෘතියේ කටයුතු සියල්ලම සාර්ථක කරගනිද්දී අපිට මුල ඉඳලම හැමදාම උදව් කරපු මුදල් අමාත්‍යාංශය සහ ඒ යටතේ තියෙන සියලුම ආයතන දෙපාර්තමේන්තු පරිසර අමාත්‍යාංශය අපේ ව්‍යාපෘතියේ NDA එක හැටියටත් කටයුතු කරමින් උදව් කළා බොහොම වශයෙන් ඒ වගේම මෙම අමාත්‍යාංශයේ ලේකම්තුමා අතිරේක ලේකම්වරුන් සියලුම අමාත්‍යාංශයේ අංශ සියලුම අමාත්‍යාංශය හා බැඳිච්ච ආයතනවල සියලු දෙනා ඒ වගේම අපට අමතක කරන්න බෑ අපිත් එක්ක හැමදාම බැඳිලා ඉන්න අපේ සහෝදර පිරිස UNDP ආයතනයේ සියලුම කලීග්ස් ඇතුළු සියලු උපදේශකයින් ඒ වගේම සිවිල් සංවිධානවල සියලුම සමාජිකයින් ඊට අමතරව සියලුම රාජ්‍ය ආයතන අපි නම් වශයෙන් මතක් කළොත් රාජ්‍ය ආයතන 30කටත් වැඩි ප්‍රමාණයක් අපිට විටින් විට විවිධ ආකාර වලින් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒ සියලුම රාජ්‍ය ආයතනවල සියලු දෙනා, ඒ වගේම ගොවි සංවිධානවල සියලු දෙනා, ඒ වගේම පේරාදෙණිය විශ්වවිද්‍යාලය ස්වාධීන ඇගයීමක් කරමින් මේ කටයුත්තට සහ සිම්පෝසියම් එකට අපිට සෑහෙන ලොකු දායකත්වයක් දුන්නා. ඉතින් ඒකේ ඉංජිනේරු ෆැකල්ටිය, ඇග්‍රිකල්චර් ෆැකල්ටිය ඇතුළු අපේ උපකුලපතිතුමාන් ඇතුළු සියලුම දෙනාට අපි කෘතහස්ත ස්තුතිය පළ කරනවා. ඒ වගේම මේ ව්‍යාපෘතිය ප්‍රතිලාභ ලබන සියලු දෙනා ප්‍රතිලාභ ලැබපු නිසායි මේ ව්‍යාපෘතිය සාර්ථක වෙන්නේ. ඒ නිසා සියලුම ප්‍රතිලාභ ලාභීන්ටත් අපි ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම මේ ව්‍යාපෘතිය පටන් ගත්ත දවසේ ඉඳලා අදටත් ව්‍යාපෘතිය අවසන් වන දිනයටත් ඉන්පසුවත් අපිට විටින් විට විවේචනය කරමින් අපිට අඩුපාඩු මූණට හෝ නැතිව හෝ කියමින් උදව් කරන හැමෝමත් අපිට ලොකු සාර්ථකත්වයකට උදව්වක් කරනවා. ඔබ යොමු කරන ඒ කමෙන්ට්ස් තමයි අපිට ඊට වඩා සාර්ථකත්වයකට යන්න උදව්වක් වෙන්නේ. අපිට නොමිලේ ලැබෙන උපදේශන සේවාවක් හැටියට අපි ඒ සලකලා ගන්නවා. ඒ වගේම අපේ සියලුම අහිංසක කාර්ය මණ්ඩලය අපි කියන ඕනෑම වෙලාවක ඒ වෙනුවෙන් අපිට උදව් උපකාර කරනවා. ඉතින් මේ සියලු දෙනාටම අපි බොහොම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම දින ගණනක් නිදිවරණ ලඳ විවිධ අය මේත් එක්ක ඉන්නවා. ඒ සියලු දෙනාටම අපි විශේෂයෙන්ම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ විතරක් නෙමේ මේ ඉවෙන්ට් එක සම්බන්ධ කරලා අපිට කටයුතු කරද්දී ඉවෙන්ට් මැනේජ්මන්ට් ආයතනයකින් අපිට සම්බන්ධ වුණා. ඒ සියලු දෙනාත් ඊට අමතරව ඡායාරූපගත කිරීමෙන් මාධ්‍ය ආකාර වලින් සම්බන්ධ වෙච්ච බොහෝ දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. ඒ සියලු දෙනාමත් අපිට බොහොම උදව් වුණා. ඒ විතරක්ම නෙමේ මේ ව්‍යාපෘතිය මේ මට්ටමට ගෙනෙද්දී අපි අර කිව්වාගේ රෑ නිදි මරනකොට ඇතැම් විටක කොවිඩ් වසංගත වාගේ කටයුතු වලදී වැඩ කරනකොට ඒවා ඉවසගෙන හිටිය මේ පවුල්වල සියලු සමාජිකයින්ට අපි ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ හින්දායි ව්‍යාපෘතිය සාර්ථක වුණේ. ඒ වගේම මේ ව්‍යාපෘතිය සම්බන්ධයෙන් ගත්තහම කොවිඩ් වසංගත තත්වයේදී අපිට ජීවිත දෙකක් අහිමි වුණා. ඔවුන්ට සහ ඔවුන්ගේ පවුල්වල සමාජිකයින්ට අපි ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඊට අමතරව අපි හැමෝම දන්නවා ව්‍යාපෘතිය පුරාම මේ සම්මන්ත්‍රණය පුරාම කියවුණා Green Climate Fund එක UNDP ආයතනය සහ සිවිල් සංවිධාන සියලු දෙනාටම අපි අලිත් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම අපිට අමතක කරන්න බෑ මේ ව්‍යාපෘතිය සාර්ථක වුණේ එක්කෙනෙක්ගේ එක පිරිසකගේ කාර්යයක් නිසා නෙවෙයි. මේ ව්‍යාපෘතිය පටන් ගත්ත දවසටත් කලින් ප්‍රොපෝසල් ලියන අධියරේ ඉඳලම අපිට උදව් කරපු විවිධ පිරිස් ඉන්නවා. මේ ව්‍යාපෘතියේ එම ප්‍රොපෝසල් ලියන අධියරේ හෝ ඒටත් කලින් ඉඳලා හෝ යම් ආකාරයකින් දායක වෙච්ච සියලුම අමාත්‍යාංශ ලේකම්වරු, සියලුම අමාත්‍යවරු සහ සියලුම වෙනත් කාර්ය මණ්ඩලවල හැමෝටම අපි ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. ඒකට දායක වෙච්ච විවිධ ඇකඩමියා, උපදේශකවරුන් ඇතුළු සියලු දෙනාටත් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. මෙතනින් අපිට කියවෙන්න බැරි වෙච්ච යම්කිසි නමක් ගමක් තියෙනවා නම් ඒ සියලු දෙනාටත් අපි ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. අපි හැමෝම මේ වගේ සාර්ථක ව්‍යාපෘතියක් සාර්ථක විදිහේ සිම්පෝසියම් එකක් සමගින් කටයුතු කරලා අපිත් එක්ක සම්බන්ධ වෙච්ච සියලු දෙනාටම මේ අවස්ථාවට පැමිණි හැමෝටමත් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙමින් මෙම සිම්පෝසියම් එකේ කටයුතු අවසන් කරනවා. බොහොම ස්තුතියි.
Bomastuti, thank you very much, Engineer Chandana Idrisuriya. With that, the Climate Action Symposium 2025 draws to a close. Thank you very much for your participation, and I'd like to invite everyone for refreshments on behalf of the organizers. Thank you very much once again.